Well, wasn't expecting those technical difficulties, but hey, how's it going? How you doing? Welcome, one and all, to An Unlikely Tale, The New Few. Based in the Sword Coasts of Faerun, where we use a combination of 5th edition, Pathfinder 1st edition, a dash of homebrew, and a classic sprinkling of the Rule of Cool. Tonight we'll be continuing our intrepid journey to save the very fabric of Toril, and have a little fun along the way. However, do note that this is a brutal, grim, dark adventure, filled with various hardships, struggles, and injustices, so if you have a low constitution score like Silas, you may want to grab some advantage for those saves. With all of those technical difficulties out of the way, we have quite a treat in store today. Let me unleash our wonderful band of players.
Yeah, I know. That loincloth isn't hiding anything.
Great timing. Wow.
What the fuck is that?
That's
That was me.
Okay.
that was okay.
That sounded like a drowning baby. What the
No, that was the other guy. That was
Oh,
Medicus.
wow. Okay, yep.
That was the other guy in Medicus's head. Don't worry.
Yep.
Oh, the voices.
Whoa.
The voices are
His
loud
name's
today.
Eugene. His name's Eugene. You will treat him as me.
Okay.
No, thank you.
Gotcha.
Got it.
All right. Cool.
Well,
How you guys doing?
Yeah.
yeah.
It's Wednesday.
Sometimes.
It
It
is
is a
Wednesday,
day.
my dudes.
It is a day
Why is it Wednesday?
Remove your
because it's
hands
not
Eden,
Friday.
Oh, why don't we remove my hands?
casually.
Why can't I remove my hands? I mean, why do I have to remove my hands? Why
Snakes
can't I
don't
keep
have
them?
arms.
Mage
Snakes don't have
hands.
arms.
Okay,
Mage
but today
hands.
I'm a fairy. Today I'm a fairy, and fairies have hands.
You have a
But
minus
fairies
30.
aren't real.
All right, mess off, Medicus.
Wait. So if you gaslight a fairy into not believing in itself, will they die?
Yeah.
Is that
Wow.
how that works?
Getting some dark stuff.
Because if there's anything I learned about Peter Pan, it's like fairies only exist if people believe in them, right? But if you gaslight
This
the fairy
is
enough,
this is true. This is true. You know,
You're
those
not a
fairy
fairy.
tales
You're
you
not a
grew
fairy.
up with are a lot more
yeah,
macabre.
yeah. But if you gaslight a fairy enough, like you really like grind into their self-esteem that they don't
Does a
believe into themselves,
353 pass?
they just die.
Jesus Christ. Okay, wow.
Does it pass?
No, you trip, fall, and slip down a flight of stairs. He's dead.
Tiberius, my beloved.
Oh god. Okay. So, unlike our normal sessions, tonight we're gonna go
What do you
straight
mean? It's
into
very
it.
normal.
No, well, you know, we normally start off with a recap.
Oh, it's okay.
Tonight, we're gonna be going straight into it. With 2 days until the city of Aurora departs to the Anarok deserts in the north, our various adventurers are left to use this time to complete any unfinished business, unresolved tasks, or final goodbyes before they leave for their journey. As this time spent may be the last they see New Barovia for quite some time. With that knowledge in mind, it is currently the following day as you've rested, and the next day, tomorrow, is the Tournament of Power. Following that day will be the departure of Aurora at noon. With these facts in mind, how do you wish to spend the next few hours, the next few days?
What's the prize pool for the tournament?
There are 2 operating brackets of competition. And in the lower bracket, A fine sword, axe, maul, spear, or bow are available.
Mm.
The choice goes to the champion. You will be participating in 3 rounds should you choose to do so. And of those 3 rounds, you will be faced with other combatants who are also participating. You will be able to rest and recover between your fights. However, you will not be able to recover spell slots or abilities used during your battles until the very end. With that in mind, are any of you going to participate in the tournament tomorrow?
I will. Gus is,
What's the
Gus will.
higher level prize pool other than the weapons?
The higher level of competition's prize pool is a fabled concoction known as Felix Felicus, also known as Liquid Luck. It's said that this brew is capable of granting its user a day beyond their wildest dreams. However, do note that the competition will be fierce in the upper bracket and will require a great deal of skill, experience, and strength.
And if I were to sell this concoction, how much would it go for? I have like a rough guesstimate.
Potentially thousands of gold, maybe thousands of even hundreds of platinum. This is a very coveted brew, something that Kiyomi, the fabled alchemist of Barovia, has only managed to concoct twice.
Oh, hey, speaking of potions, what about that weird one that Kaz nearly had a heart attack from
Yeah,
drinking?
that was like one of the things I'm.
So, that brew was left, well, a sample of it, was left in the hands of an alchemist who resided in Vallaki. They asked for a week's time to kind of review it and see if there's anything they could ascertain from that sample. It has been more than a week since you've left that sample in their care, and it's quite likely that if they have ascertained anything, you would be able to go visit and find out.
Sounds like we have a lot of business left in Vindaki.
Yep.
Come to Vallaki. It's nicer than Waterdeep.
There is no war in Vallaki.
There is it.
So, Gus has signed on to participate in the tournament. Is that the only one who's going to participate, or is Kaifus also aiming to
Is it
participate as well?
as a group, or is it solo? It's solo, right?
It's solo.
It
You
is
have
solo,
to-
yes.
Hmm. What do the adventures for the bigger level one look like?
Participants akin to Pizzoli, Silas, and Inigo Montoya.
Yeah, sure.
You're gonna
I'll go for the
die.
higher one.
Oh. Okay. Are you sure?
I mean, they have true resurrection spells on hand, right? You know.
What if, dude? What
Well,
if Snorri joins?
Was that one exception where someone blew
What
up
if
so they couldn't
Snorri?
resurrect?
So
what-
here's the
exactly,
interesting
what if
thing.
Snorri joins.
well, suffice to say, Snorri has been MIA for some time, actually. Since your last viewing of him, nobody's seen hide nor hair.
I don't remember who Snorri is.
Creepy
Savage.
bard
The bard who was
who tried to kill
yeah.
Chiquita.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah,
okay,
yeah,
okay,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
I remember now, I remember
That's enough of a description.
Yep, just creepy bard dude. Got it. Good. Cool.
Okay. So Kaifus is also going to participate.
As will too. All too
Lower or
enthusiastically.
upper bracket?
Lower.
As come on,
Let's
come on,
go,
buddy, come on, buddy. Upper bracket.
You got this.
Let's-
At least go
let's
for
do
like
it, y'all.
mid tier. At least go for mid tier or something.
There's
Oh,
only two
don't leave me
tiers. There's
here.
only up
Yeah,
and
there's
low.
only two.
Don't leave me here to die.
Kings
Come on.
wants to at least feel a little like a winner.
People don't die in the arena, by the way.
So
Yeah, I
wait,
was just
let me
about to
ask-
explain.
Okay,
There was one already, so
That was
let
the
me-
special case.
Okay, biggest
it?
question
Was it?
here.
So,
is-
before you ask your question, just
I'll DM it here.
that's fine. The Tournament of Power takes place in a specially designed arena, tailor-made over the years by the battle enthusiast Inigo Montoya. Within are special artifacts crafted over the course of many months, the hands of various spellcasters who had been in the employ of Iggy at the time. Use these artifacts to imbue the arena with a death ward-like effect. Upon falling in battle, you will restore to 1 HP. However, there has been one case in the arena of someone passing away by means of Snorri.
Yep.
During the
Yeah.
very first Tournament of Power, Snorri, along with his employee
Employee.
question mark
Nah.
Goebbels.
Boy employee.
Yes.
I find it worrying that even
Okay.
you're hesitating to give a good explanation.
Well, I don't
it
want to
was
get.
weird, man.
Yeah, it was a weird time. Okay.
I'm
Okay.
genuinely concerned.
So, the tournament was in its final round, and this was back when the rules were a little less refined. So, the start of the fight, it was a three-way battle between Silas, Iggy, and Snorri. There were no rules or real restrictions on what you could bring to the arena. So, the very night prior, Snorri had essentially drugged poor Goebbels and filled them with alchemist fire. And when the fighting started, he conjured forth Goebbels and fireballed him. The act outright took Iggy out of the fight and dropped Silas to mere single-digit HP. Then somebody outside the fight, an earlier participant, one of the Seven Saviors, used Ben Luck to stop Silas from getting a final blow in against Snorri, and Snorri shot him. But the act of fireballing poor Goebbels left nothing to resurrect. So, something to keep in mind. The rules have been since revised, and the introduction of exterior weaponry in the fight is no longer allowed. You can only bring what you can carry on your person.
About that, if one happens to have a bag of holding,
That accounts, yes. You can carry it on your person.
excellent.
Do note that contains all the risk associated with that the bag getting damaged.
I know.
Yeah. So,
Stab
That's
it.
fair.
just as a little note.
Got it.
So, yeah. We have Kaifus participating in the upper tier combat of the tournament, and
Good luck
Kaz and
with that.
Gus participating
Lower-
in the lower tier. So, how are you going to spend today? As the tournament doesn't
I see.
begin until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Chiquita's gonna go get
Um,
herself fitted with her new parts. So she's gonna go see Relko.
Noted.
Gus is going to be busy in the workshop. He's going to borrow Silent's workshop for a project. I
Sounds
sent
good.
you DM.
I got you. I'm gonna go over that right now. I was just taking down some quick little notes.
Sure thing.
Okay. Yep, no worries. For med. Let's see. Oh, hell yeah! I love this idea! How about a modification to the mall that they have already?
Ooh, that works.
Perfect. We'll go over the specifics shortly.
Sure thing.
And Eden, don't worry, we'll get to that in a moment, okay?
Cool, cool.
Alright, so with all that stuff out of the way,
Oh god, this tea's awful.
Chiquita heads off from their residential area, having spent the night kind of contemplating events as of late, and makes their way to the lower levels of Aurora, hoping to meet up with Roko or Silas, that she might get her new parts installed. As she heads down, she passes by the second workshop and sees that the door is just ajar. She peers in and sees the small Avali eagerly tinkering away at a project.
Hello, small turkey.
Pardon me, give me a moment.
What? Oh, it's you.
I have new parts.
First of all, yes. Secondly, what even is a turkey?
It's a type of bird and you eat it.
Well, I do not wish to be eaten, so if you'd be so kind as to drop the comparison.
Okay, you look like dinosaur with wings.
I have no idea what that is either.
Oh, you don't know what dinosaur is?
Moving along.
Okay,
Yes.
I have new parts.
Your
And
new parts
you
are
put
ready.
them on my body and fix me real nice.
Indeed. Step over here, please.
Okay.
Right then. So, how do you feel? How does your temperature look?
My temperature. It seems I am running pretty cool right now, probably because I don't wear clothes.
That is indeed an optimal state. What about your processing power?
Oh, it's been pretty good. I mean, sometimes I have a voice that tells me about law and order, but yeah, it's pretty good otherwise.
Use flicker.
Law and order, you say?
Yes, law and order.
Interesting.
Very, very different because I only know bad thing, I know chaos. I don't know law order. That's weird. I thought, oh, maybe I have
Chaos.
virus, but no virus. I'm fine.
When you say chaos, what does that usually result to?
Oh, I used to do some killing. I used to kill people
Hmm.
for money. I didn't do for free.
Contracted assassination.
Yeah.
I suppose that's normal for automatic beings. Though you are a different sort than I have ever seen before. What about your methods?
I like to. I like to. I like to use my magic. I like to blow them up. Catch them unaware, and
With
then
fire,
boom.
I would presume.
Yes.
I do believe I caught a brief glimpse of your capabilities in that last unfortunate invasion in the
Yes.
hangar.
Yes, I tried to blow it up, but it didn't work.
Roko dials some buttons on a device and activates the low gravity in the chamber. At which point she slowly floats over so she can be eye to eye with Chiquita. And she gets in very, very close to her face.
Tell me, in the last, let's say, 24 hours after the invasion, have you utilized your magic any further?
Oh no, I don't use it.
Are you sure? If you don't mind, allow
Oh.
me to inspect. Let's see, what acts as your catalyst?
She starts poking and prodding around Chiquita.
It's in your hands?
Oh.
She gives a squeeze.
Chiquita pulls out a spell book.
I'll wait for an automata.
Very old. I'm very old. That's why.
Very old, and yet you are still a technical marvel.
I guess. I mean, kind of rusty right now.
That is true. That does tend to happen over time. One last question, then. When you hear these voices about law and order, does it cause you to invoke any other actions? Perhaps any reflex?
Oh, it seems like sometimes when I tried to, well, no, I only did one time. One time when I tried to meditate, and then I was like seeing pictures in my head. It was different.
I imagine they were not very pleasant images.
No, it was very scary. I don't know what it was about. I couldn't tell you.
Apologies, I lied. I in fact have one more question for certain.
Yeah.
Where were you in...
When I was in like the morning. Notes.
Yeah,
I believe it was
morning.
midday. It was like morning,
Oh,
midday. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, no, it was in the afternoon because it was after the events that had taken place in the hangar,
Gotcha.
Oh,
and
that's
that
true.
was later in the day, like around midday. So it was like
Yeah.
maybe 3, I would say. 3 p.m. was when the park incident took place.
Okay.
Where were you at 3 o'clock when the park in Aurora had suddenly combusted in a very violent manner?
And despite the tone, Roko does avert her gaze to look at some data on her screen.
Oh, that was. Oh, I I was meditating.
Yes. And according to what you have told me, the meditation invokes these images, out of which are frightful.
Yeah, it was very weird. It was like a big man, and he was made of the stars. He looked like, oh, big star man. And he grabbed me and he starts talking to me, and I'm like, what you saying? And he get mad because I don't understand. And then he grabbed me and threw me away, and I was like, oh,
And I
why he do
suppose this
that?
caused some reaction from you, did it?
Maybe, maybe it was me. I don't know what happened. I just opened my eye, and then everyone was poof, bye bye. What is
Hmm.
that, me?
Roko places a talented hand just underneath Chiquita's chin, gently.
Now I want you to understand that this information you give me is completely confidential.
Good.
It will not even reach Quint's ears unless if it
Haha.
was truly necessary.
Yeah, maybe he break me if he find out, right? Yeah, break my parts.
Indeed, and I, personally, cannot allow that to happen because you are scientifically fascinating.
Yeah, science.
Science indeed.
You're very smart for a bird, you know?
Hmm. I will take that as a compliment, despite the grossly underestimating comparison of a mere avian creature.
So cute, but then you talk a big.
Indeed. So, if you don't mind, could you answer again, truthfully? Were you the one who caused that incident?
Like I said, maybe it was me. I don't know for sure. I just know that when I opened my eyes, then no one was there. That's it. I don't know where it came from. I don't even know. Was it me? I don't know.
Hmm. Very well. You do intend on remaining among Aurora as you join us in our adventure to the desert, correct?
Yeah, but maybe not so close to everyone like before. Maybe I just like, hang out in a box somewhere.
I'd rather you did not. Or at the very least, let that be a box within here, close to my presence.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, whatever box is around, I will stay inside. I don't care. I'm robot, so
Perhaps if I created some sort of portable box for you to reside in, of which could be under my command to remotely
what
control.
the hell?
She
I
starts
don't know about that.
she starts floating around in midair of low gravity with a
That's not
talented
creepy at
hand
all.
to her mouth.
I will not be inside of a box that you control. I control it, not you.
Well, that is a rather silly misunderstanding. You see, anything within my grasp, especially within these premises, is under my control. You understand, don't you? Not only have I created your new parts that I do still intend on installing in you, I have created all manner of machinery around here, many of which has been a vast
Oh, I'm so
improvement.
glad. You do such a good job.
Thank you. So with that in mind, this isn't a request on my part. This is what I demand of you. Because with a force such as you, I'm afraid I cannot let loose until I have fully scrutinized everything
She floats closer again.
in your processing power.
That's very funny. I will not allow this. I guess I will go see Silas to put my new parts. And then Chiquita will float on out of there.
They'll save DC of 18.
Oh no. Oh no.
That is a deck save.
Uh-oh. Ooh.
And as
Dang.
Roko attempts to encase Chiquita within the sphere of magic, with prenatal reflexes, the Warforged quickly dodges out of the way and leaps out of the room.
That is troubling. A minor miscalculation.
And then Chiquita will go see Senor Quint.
Leaving the workshop, the Warforged then turns her attention to the doorway down the hall and makes their way through that doorway into Workshop 1. Within, you see Silas and Gus diligently working away at two varying projects.
All right. So Chiquita will uh just kind of like slide on in and be like, "Hola."
Peering up from his work, Silas looks up and sees the Warforged. Oh, well, hello there.
Gus is still working. He didn't hear it.
I'm ready for my new parts.
New parts. Ah, right. Yes, you had mentioned that. You never quite mentioned exactly what you're looking for.
Okay, so I have my parts right here in this case. And then she will present the case that she acquired the other day with all her parts in it.
Ah, oh, right. There we are. And he pops open the case. Ah, with all the different projects I'm going through recently, it's all kind of blending together. Ah, okay, so some somatic cables. Right. Viewfinder lens. Oh, what's this? Alright. Well, it'll take a few hours, but I should be able to get the work done.
Very good. I love new parts.
Now, I do want to warn you. I've never quite worked on a Warforged before, so there's no guarantee this might not be painful.
It can't be as bad as like, getting blown up.
With a knowing, kind of sagely nod. Yeah, that's very true. Yes. Yes, very true.
Yes. Yes, I blow
Unless
myself
you-
up sometimes.
And because here's that, you want to do that? Would you like to do that on purpose? He
Yes,
suddenly
I
perks
would
up.
love to blow myself up on purpose sometimes.
Well, in that case, I got the thing just right for you. If you let me,
Hell yeah.
I can make it. I can make it that if you find yourself in a wee pickle that you won't be able to, find yourself away from it. You can at least go out in a big bang. How's that?
Oh, yes, a backup plan.
I call it a contingency.
Yes.
And Gus looks at Quint like really knowingly. He's like, huh? As if Quint knows exactly what Gus is talking about.
You know, I had my misgivings, but I guess you were right. There are some who are crazy enough to do it. Sure, we'll give it a shot.
Yeah. And Gus starts working on that.
And the pair
Let's
set to
go.
work doing their modifications to Chiquita's frame, spending a great deal of hours on the project. Meanwhile, as this is taking place, what's Lance getting into?
I don't know if you read.
Yes,
my
I
message
did.
came
I
earlier.
did. So I was kind of just
wasn't
like,
sure
where do you
what-
want to start with that?
Okay. Okay. So has just double checking. Have I received the book yet, or is that not going to happen later? Or the research that Gandiva did?
I would say that given the amount of time that's passed, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, Gandiva would have that finished.
Yeah, I think yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, so she would be able to give that information to you.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if she gave it or it's going to happen later. Is what I'm also trying to clarify.
We'll say that it's been completed. You just gotta go get it.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
no- okay. I have a lot of things in that message.
I
sent
know
you,
you
so-
wanted to go on like a little journey, but yeah, I'm totally down for it. Given the amount
Yeah.
of time you have, you should be able to actually meet all of those objectives.
Really? Okay.
Especially when you
All right.
consider you're not going to be in the tournament. So
Yeah.
that pretty
I-
much gives you the whole of tomorrow too to finish up anything
Yeah.
you don't get done today.
Okay. Then let's not. Yeah, I figured I would not have time for the tournament with everything else I've listed. Okay. So then I guess I'll meet with Gandiva then to see if she has the information and then go from there.
Deciding to track down Gandiva that you might procure the compiled research that she's done, you make your way over to the Grim Kindness, heading up the lift and to the hangar district of the city. The trip takes less time than you realized, having grown used to following this route so many times before. And before long, you're aboard the wooden frame of the skyship. Heading down to the lower decks, you make your way to the library within. And with a short stride, you find yourself within, Seated in is Exanther, as he always is, in his far corner, poring over the various texts contained within the library. And on the opposite side is Gandiva, equally studiously poring over books and working diligently on some research.
Hey. Just wanted to check in about the the research.
Oh, hi, Lance.
Hey.
That was your Lance.
Yeah, that's right. Um,
Yeah, I did it. I asked around, I asked some very knowledgeable people, and I wrote them all down right here in this notepad. And then she pulls a notepad out and hands it to Lance.
awesome. Thank you. You're awesome.
Yeah, and also, uh, there's also this pamphlet here, and she pulls out one of. Have you heard of Osmodius, our Lord and Savior?
Oh
Pamphlet,
God.
and hands it to Lance. Yeah, just take that too.
Okay.
It'll give you some really important information on a certain divine person named Asmodeus.
Great.
You,
Yeah, he's a
Um,
great guy. Yeah, you'll want to know everything you need to know about him.
you briskly skim over the pamphlet, and on it, with a rather flattering picture of Osmodius, is scribbled, "Have you heard the infernal word?" As you peek into the folded booklet, within contains a small tale ascribing the feats and history of Osmodius, as well as his benevolent love and uplifting message.
I will hold on to this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
definitely.
right. You guys are going to Waterdeep, right?
That sounds right. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. Um, you, you're gonna want to need an army.
I don't think we have that. You wouldn't have to have one lying around for us, would you?
Yeah, I gotta think.
Just wait.
Yeah, I'm good. That's something we're doing. We're working on that.
Perfect.
Oh, yeah. So, yup, Waterdeep.
Great. Is there anything else you need to tell me, or maybe I'll start reading up on the research.
Yeah, you should really start reading that. You should really start reading that. I even put some information in there that Asmodeus gave me. I mean, that the really knowledgeable person gave me about the Scarlet King and Nicodemus and Denarians.
I'm just gonna ignore that part. But thank you. I have a lot to process right now, and I'm sure you're doing
Yep.
Asmodeus' work. So
Oh, yes, I am. Yep.
okay. I'll catch you later, Yadiva.
Yeah.
I'll
Genny was gonna put her hand out for like a handshake, but like if he doesn't take it in a couple seconds, she's gonna like start waving it. Like she meant to start waving, but actually,
I hesitate. Lance hesitates, and he sees the wave. It's like no. You know what? We can, if you want, we can even do a hug. It's fine. No, it's
you know what? Yeah, I'm a hugger. I'm definitely a
great.
hugger.
I had a feeling.
And then Genny will like try to get up out of her chair, and then some of the papers from the desk will fall. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah. And then she'll just come around the table and open her arms really, really wide for a hug.
Okay, I'm just gonna slide into the hug since you're
Yeah.
doing that really big white
Yeah,
hug.
yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
yeah, yeah,
This is great.
yeah. She's gonna like
Surreal.
pat his back like gently.
I love how horribly
Yeah.
awkward this is.
This is too real.
This is
Um,
literally the two most awkward PCs I have at my tables.
you know, after this is great.
But she forgot that her tail was wrapped around one of the legs of the chair, and so it's like the chair's like dragging behind her a little bit.
What's that noise? You know what? I just it's nothing. It's nothing.
All right, yeah. Thanks for stopping by. It was nice
Yeah,
seeing
no
you again.
problem. Thanks for your help.
Yeah, I'll be here anytime you need me.
Yeah, I'll
okay?
tell you all
Yeah.
about the book. I mean, yeah,
Yeah,
great. The
whoa. See you later.
yeah. Walk away now is what I'm doing.
And as you leave, you're not sure if you're hearing it right, but you could swear you hear what sounds like a dry scoff or chuckle coming from the direction of Exanther. You quickly peer over, and the undead is unmoving. But you could have swore. Putting the thought aside, you leave the library. Where do you head next?
Let's see. I guess I'm going to yeah, let me what else? I guess I'll also talk to Youth if I can find her. Figure I can maybe knock two things out with like learning from her, and then also if she might know something that I won't with the research.
Deciding your next bet will be communing with Youth, that you might be able to go over the information and research together. You decide to tap into the Sending Stone. With a short static, the clearing of the line, you hear the voice of Youth, soft and melodious, from the other side. You ask to meet, and she tells you that she'll be at the Allfather's Tavern. Do you head that way?
Yeah, might as well. I can't think of anything else.
Fair enough. You take the lift, ascending to the very surface of the city. And after a lengthy walk, cross the gangplank onto the solid shoreline and dockyards of New Barovia. Snaking your way through the familiar streets that you've come to know, you finally make your way to the northern district of the city. And approaching the familiar, dilapidated tavern, its creaky wooden sign hanging out front, you enter the Allfather's Tavern. Within, it is a bustle with the normal activities that you see with each visit. Business seems to be as good as ever. And sitting at the bar stool, communing and conversating with Radakai, is Youth.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, that makes things a lot easier for me. Okay, so Lance is gonna do that awkward thing where he's holding the research and stuff like in it folded arms, kind of like protecting it, but like that, you know, that trope of the nerdy person holding the
Folded
books,
to their chest and stuff.
yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I was that. Anyway.
Maybe I've done that too before. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Anyway. We as you enter the tavern and make your way over to the elf, notes and books kind of awkwardly tightly wound to your chest. You call out to the elf, whom turns to you with a friendly smile and offers you the seat adjacent to her.
Hey, youth. Eradikai.
How you doing, boy?
Doing the best I can, I guess, is the best way to put it.
Well, you look well.
Thank you. You look as strong as ever.
He gives you a smile before pouring a draft and placing it on the table in front of you.
Okay, bottoms up. I don't know if I should try and do the constitution thing like I did in the first
Yep.
session.
Go ahead and give me a con save.
All right.
Good lord.
All right, 9.
You begin to feel warm. A slight kind of looseness takes hold. And you feel somewhat comfortable as the alcohol begins to take hold.
Maybe I kind of needed that. Well, so there's a lot on our plates. I'm sure you, Eradicate, you know what's going on, or at least a broad picture. I got some research about the thing that's in us, I guess, for at least Chiquita, and I wanted to do as much research as I can. But also, I'm just one owl, Lynn. I could really use some help, or just help me get stronger, if I'm being honest.
Youth nods enthusiastically. Whatever I can do to help, I'd be glad.
You're the best. Because I'm pretty sure you've experienced it too, where there's a lot of fun with voices in your head. Or is that just a me thing? I don't know. I'm just...
No,
Kind of
I've had my fair share of voices as well.
Okay.
Fortunately, most of them are pleasant. And limited. Mostly Maestra.
That's good. Whew. Okay. Should we start figuring out what all of these things are and maybe use them to save the world, I guess?
She nods. Let's go. Knowledge is my forte, after all.
And I'm lucky to have you. Should I start doing like a knowledge roller or...
So, of the notes that are available, I guess with what's compiled, there is a great deal. And it's more of a question, as you pore over them, of where you should start. What kind of things do you want to try combing the notes for? And we'll go from there.
I guess at least for I think what Lance would try and research is that what's it called? That for the thing about like changing paths and stuff. So I think it's kind of like trying to see what the I forget what Chiquita's boon was from, but just trying to figure out what can be like what is the tradition of them or what is their philosophies and stuff, and then seeing if like there's a way.
Okay, I kind of get where you're.
Yeah.
So you want to pretty much see what each boon represents, and kind of like a brief overview of what they entail.
Yeah, because I'm just trying to figure out like it feels like on one hand we're kind of supposed to be their vessels, but at the same time it's like, but we're also told, I was told things have to change. So I'm like, okay, well, if things have to change, how are they before us, kind of a thing, and seeing what we can keep and or try to change, I
Okay.
guess is the way to put it.
Kind of see what they embody, and then whether or not you can emulate or selectively choose, of course, the good
Yeah.
ones and work forward from there. I get you. Okay, fair
Yeah,
enough.
or if there's like any history of like what they failed at, kind of a thing, or like what caused war or things like that, or disruptions.
All right. So, as you review the notes, you're able to quickly find the reference to what each sigil prescribed to each one of you represents. And as such, it doesn't require a roll.
Okay.
Starting with the sigil that you have. Curious, you decide to begin reading further. The spark of divinity granted unto you is that of the celestial. Each of these specific aspects representing one of the pillars of the axiomatic pillar of order. And of this, you represent neutral good. Lawful good, excuse me. You represent lawful good. The force that brings order, benevolence, and life to what it touches. A vanguard against darkness, an epitome of bravery and valor. Where others would shy away from the challenge, those of the celestial brand fight on in the face of adversity. Born unto the most unlikely of heroes, it bears the power to ascend you to that of its angelic apex, allowing you to smite creatures of evil or otherwise chaotic forces, as well as protect and enforce or reinforce, bolstering against it. There have been many notable celestials who have bared this brand. One such notable one is that of the fallen demon or devil Zariel, once an archangel who lived within Mount Celestia. Her fervor to fight on within the blood war led to her eventual fall, illustrating that one's pride and arrogance can easily be their downfall should they lack pure enough heart. After reading this brief synopsis, do you wish to read more, or are you interested in delving into one of the others?
I'm just curious. So in this situation right now, is you doing separate research, or are we kind of researching together?
You're sitting side by side, poring over the notes together. What you read, Youth reads.
Okay.
You can choose to assign another sheet to her, or like some other portion of the information to her, if you want to pour over one while she pours over the other.
No, I'm fine with researching together. I just wanted to know if we're researching together, if she has any specific reactions, if that makes sense. Like something that maybe she knows, or that would cause her to have a reaction. Is that's all? That's what I was just checking first.
She
okay,
does.
so-
She does smile after reading it, and turns to you and says, "It kind of suits you."
Oh, Uh, Thank you. I didn't have a choice, but thank you. I think I want to focus on Chiquita first, and then see if we can figure anything out with that, and then also, yeah, I think I'm more curious about everyone else's powers because uh, Chiquita, because she has the murder thing happened. Caiaphas, because, well, I want to see if I can help him, even if I haven't told him that, and then Isla, just because it's Isla.
All right. So, you decide to flip over through the pages and fall over the sigil assigned to Chiquita. The Aeon, a force of neutral law, stand as an inscrutable force of monitors who serve to preserve the balance throughout the entirety of the Great Beyond and the Prime Material, either by reinforcing order or promoting chaos, whatever is demanded of them. They tinker with the very fabric of other planes in an effort to maintain this balance, acting under an agency and knowledge far beyond the comprehension of most mortals. These creatures are formed of the very essence of the Prime and present themselves in an abstract quintessence of swirling stars and celestial bodies. Generally, most mortals will never come to know an Aeon or ever see one, as they operate far outside the realm of lesser creatures. But when time calls upon them, when the very pillars of reality are threatened, they step forth, ready to do what is asked of them in the name of order. Generally, it appears most Aeons have the ability to bend the fabric of space, time, and the natural laws that govern the world. And with time, Chiquita may be able to do some potentially amazing things. For better or worse.
Yeah. Oh, we got the worst part, so let's hope for the better.
You also learn that most of them reside and are born of the astral plane, making them far more mysterious and strange, as most things of the astral plane are far too nonsensical for the average person to make heads or tails of. You turn the pages, coming to a rest on the sigil assigned to Caiaphas. He was the next one you wanted to see, right?
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay. One sec. My notes.
No worries. I know I'm asking for a lot.
Nah, much love, man. I love Lord Dumps.
Oh, perfect. I made a character just for that.
Just bear with me one more sec. Excellent. Okay. The sigil assigned to Caiaphas is that of the legend. Every couple of years, a mortal of exceptional capacity, arrives, is born, created, or forged on the prime material. One destined to one day do something great, be it to protect the world or be its unmaker. Where most would rely on the powers of the divine, a legend prescribes to no single god or creed. They need not be a mythic creature, an otherworldly being, or deities chosen. Though note that this path, potentially, is the most grueling of all, as it asks the most of its chosen. In many cases, the ultimate sacrifice.
Okay. Maybe we won't mention that part to Caiaphas.
Okay, as you turn through the notes further, you look to Isla and the strange, mysterious sigil that she bears. The Trickster, a force of chaotic power. Where many seek to provide order, the Trickster thrives in the chaos of the unknown and the nonsensical. Acting as agents, they go forth, spreading both fortune and misfortune in equal shares, to the worthy and unworthy, ever seeking to upset the natural balance, that it might swing the pendulum further in one direction or the other. In many ways, the exact opposite of the Aeon. An agent of chaos who seeks to usurp the balance of the world. Though many have proven to be heroes in their own right. For the Jester is equal parts fool and entertainer. Many of these chosen tricksters eventually become forces of the multiverse, jumping between the planes and the very worlds that stand between, ever seeking to have a little fun, as the saying goes.
Okay.
Having pored over these various sigils, you see that there still are some remaining. Specifically, that of Kaz and that of Xian. A name that brings a tinge of solemn sadness and a slight bitter resentment.
Yeah, let's read on both of them because I was gonna say like, oh, what if I teach Kaz how to read? And then I was like, this might not be the best kind of text to teach someone how to read at first. So let's just read up on all of them.
Good lord, man. Pick up a children's book or something. Pick up the Hungry Tarrasque or something, man. Jesus.
Maybe
The
not
Hungry
fast,
Hungry
might bring up
Tarrasque.
some trauma, but okay.
True.
Needs more pictures.
Nothing but pictures.
Okay.
A bunch.
You
These
flip.
stupid words.
You flip through the notes, and fall to the page with Kaz's name on it. As you read over, you're able to see that the sigil embodies the golden dragon. Yet another creature of law. This elemental force of order exudes its primordial energy, and as one of the first creatures of the realm, embodies order in one of its rawest forms, the apex of all draconic blood. At its greatest peak, this almost omnipotent creature possesses power beyond all others, dwarfing that of all but the Platinum Dragon himself and the matron of dragons, Tiamat. As a creature of such great power, a great deal of responsibility stands on your shoulders to protect the prime material and to bring pride and honor to all metallic dragons. Flipping to the last of the entries, you see Jean's name. The sigil that he had was that of the Azada. Fae-touched beings who represent the chaotic good notion of freedom and spontaneity. These beings embody the rebellious fighter spirit and protect the innocent against demons while purifying the land of corruption and those who would seek to poison the natural spirit of nature. And in equal parts, due to their flighty nature, are known to just as easily wield their sword for causes that would otherwise stand against their beliefs.
Well, that's awkward.
The irony is insane, man. I had these assigned like almost, session 3, I think it was. And I started working on stuff. So, like, the revelation, man. That's why
It's
it killed
still-
me.
There's still a lot to write down. Oh my god, my hand is tired. I missed a significant amount too. I gotta go back and rewatch the vlog.
Yeah, don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. With this knowledge kind of shared, now if ever you need to reference it, you just need to ask.
Oh, don't worry, I will ask.
It's easier to just write it down in my notes. Thank you, though. I'd be asking on
Oh my, that's awkward.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he did stay true to the spirit of freedom.
Yeah. Okay, well. All right, now I'm just trying to figure out.
Yeah, I missed Lance's too.
I guess I'm kind of saying this out loud. It's like, okay, these fit us, but that's the other issue is if they're supposed to fit us, and we were told things have to change, I'm not quite sure how I'm going to change it, or how all of us together can change it.
Youth kind of gives you a shifty look before leaning in close. Between you and me, I've learned some things as of late. And kind of explain why so many things have been chaotic. Apparently, a great deal of the gods are fighting amongst themselves. And it's getting bad. Nobody's really sure why, but the Mistress of Pain seems to have shut down all access to the city of Sigil. The goddess of light Lathander is missing, as is Vecna, which isn't a good sign. A lot of them are taking sides amongst themselves, and I'm not sure it's going to end well for anyone involved. Perhaps he seeks to install you in the wake of all of that. If history serves, this isn't the first time the gods fought and bickered like this. The events known as the First and Second Sundering were brutal, if the texts are correct. And again, I could be completely wrong. But he must have given you these powers for a reason. And if he's telling you things need to be new, they need to be refreshed, changed, whatever he said, maybe you are all to serve a purpose that we're just not aware of yet. I mean, from what I see here, the implications would be hard to believe, even at the best of times. So for now, I'm just going to reserve judgment. But
Yes.
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, yeah, I was just kind of emphasizing at the end there. That's all.
Oh. Okay. Okay, well. I can't tell if we're supposed to choose our own fates or wait until it becomes more clear. And that's frustrating.
I'd reckon it's likely up to you. Some of the reading I've done in these notes here state that Ao doesn't generally interfere with mortals, doesn't seek worshippers, doesn't really interfere with us at all, engage with us at all. So if he has, then maybe it's something you need to explore and figure out yourself.
Normally, I would say I'd be happy to do that, but it kind of feels like we have a tight deadline. Okay, well.
Well, no pressure. Take it a step at a time.
No pressure, just to work.
Okay. I guess I'll just take it a step at a time, as like you said. Which means I probably shouldn't try and overload myself with all of this, especially when we have limited time.
She puts a hand on your shoulder. Yes, you've been kind of working yourself to the bone. Since the events of the hangar, I can see it weighs heavily on you. Just take it easy. You're not the only one fighting. We're all in this together.
I know we're not alone. It just feels like... Okay, I know this is wrong, but in my head, I'm trying to do as much as I can to help everyone else and do my part.
She gives your shoulder a gentle squeeze. And you are. But try not to run yourself ragged. You're no good to us if you're burnt out before the fight starts. So, for now, just focus on each day in front of you. The small goals, remember.
Right. One step at a time. Okay. Also, could you give me some advice on like how to not deal with all the voices and stuff? And this is all new to me, so I have no idea. And sometimes I'm hearing the voices and I have no idea who's talking to me, and I just have to take sometimes at face value or second guess everything, which is what I'm doing constantly. So, advice?
She gives you a kind of apologetic frown. I'm sorry to hear that. I might be able to do something that can help. But I don't know how long it'll last, or exactly how potent it'll be. I've never really done this before, but I'll give it a try. If you'll trust me.
It took me a while, but yeah, I'll trust you.
She gives you a nod. Hopping down from her bench seat, she walks 3 paces away, turning to face you. In a bright flash, she erupts into silvery flame. Small azure wisps begin to wick off of her body, disappearing after a certain distance. She performs several gestures with her hands, and the flames begin to undulate wildly, snaking down her arms to where her hands meet, growing more intense as each symbol is made. After a time, the flames begin to slow, coalescing into a bright white orb. Its brilliant light glowing intensely, filling the entire tavern. The nearby patrons begin to complain and whine listlessly, as some of them are blinded upon the illumination. The orb grows smaller and smaller in her hand until it is about the size of a coin. She then places it onto the back of your taloned hand. You feel a slight burn, not unlike accidentally grabbing a hot pan for the briefest of seconds, and it quickly fades and subsides. As she moves her hand away, A small arcane sigil is left in its place. She heaves a deep sigh, as if the act has visibly exhausted her from exertion. She kind of leans over, doubles over with her hands on her knees, gasping for a moment before standing straight up. Whew, that was a first. That was the first time I ever shaped magic. Wow.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's just a little winded. Never done that before. But if it worked... She grabs your hand and turns it over, equal parts inspecting it and presenting it to you. This here should guard your mind from any intrusive forces trying to peer within. When something attempts to brush your psyche, the sigil will glow. It will glow in either azure or crimson, depending on whether or not the intentions of the creature are hostile. At which point you can choose whether or not to let it in. Though I'm not sure against something trying to pry in how well it will guard against it. It should at least help filter things.
I appreciate that.
With more practice, I might be able to make something a little bit more potent. But that'll be in the future.
Yeah, oh yeah, you've done plenty. Thank you so much.
She smiles. Think nothing of it. It's the least I can do. For getting you all dragged into this mess, after all.
Well, at this point, I think we would have been dragged in even without your help.
She gives a wiry smile in response. I suppose you might be right. So, is there anything else I can help you with?
As much as I would love to keep talking, I feel like there's a lot more I need to do in these remaining days. But just one last request. If for whatever reason I don't make it, but Kaz does, could you make sure Kaz learns how to read? I've been meaning to do that, and there's been a lot going on.
She kind of chuckles. Sure, I'll teach the little one how to read.
Great.
But have a little bit of faith in yourself.
Fair enough. Just want to make sure, in the unlikely scenario, as you say, Kaz is able to read, and that's what matters. But I'm not saying that just because I'm giving up. I'm just saying it.
She puts a finger
Just
to
in
your
case.
beak. I understand. It's okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Also, if Cass had her way, she'd be the first to die before Lance. Just saying.
I'm aware of that, but just what I'm also worried about.
That's so sweet.
Uh,
I hate it.
just a scenario where we're just jumping in front of each other. Like, no, I have to do it. You're not allowed to.
No, I'm supposed to make the ultimate sacrifice. Me!
Actually, I think that's Caiaphas's job now.
Well, again, I'm probably gonna tell you all about.
I did say up
what I've
to.
read.
I didn't say that it was necessarily what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Hey, fine, Caiaphas, zen me.
We draw straws.
Draw straws. You don't get to choose. Everyone dies.
That's also probably true.
They're all the same length.
we all dead?
Real.
Oh, don't worry. John will make sure.
No, we find out Chiquita has just been hallucinating, and we were all in the park.
God, no. I hate that.
Chiquita, what's wrong? Ah! Yeah, because I figure with that I still need to try and visit everything else, and I don't want to spend it all here and then miss out on other things. Besides, I'm sure I can still see you later on, but also I want to say thank you to Eradikai before I leave, and say basically thank you for believing me even when I and I hope to come back to have more of your strongest alcohol.
The older dwarf kind of smiles, his cheeks growing rosy. He downs a draft of beer before kind of giving you a very hard punch in the shoulder. Aye, boy. Hope to see you again real soon.
Well, I don't know how long we'll be gone, but I promise I'll be back soon, and I'll be sure to regale you with the tales and stir up some business for you with my fine music.
Damn straight. Youth has been gouging me for, better prices. I could use a new bard around here. To which you hear Youth chuckle as they crunch into a pickle.
Well, it's gonna be hard to compete against Youth, but I'm sure with enough time I can I can compete with her. He was like, even no, I'm not gonna say that. Nope. Back away. Back up.
Well, there's different kinds of styles.
Yeah.
Better is a very subjective thing.
That's true, especially if it's from art and
Exactly, right? Yeah.
yeah.
That said.
But yeah, just Lance trying to hype himself up, but also
Facts.
some habits still die hard.
He needs to get his hype. Lance needs a hype man.
Kaz, where are you? I need you.
Yeah, true. All right.
Okay, I figured that's enough for now.
No worries. Speaking of Kaz, what is Kaz filling their time with?
Firstly, she's going to treat herself to a hearty meal somewhere with meat, lots of meat.
The Bazaar District.
Yes.
Where Isla had pretty much raided that food cart.
I want to do it again, too.
Lord.
And Kaz will be helping herself to leftovers. Whatever remains.
And after idly chomping down a rather sizable breakfast in preparation for the day's tasks, what does Kaz then choose to do?
Burn those calories. It's time for exercise.
And
She
Kaz
will go
takes
to
off. Yeah, where'd she go off to? Pardon.
the training ground.
Got you. Okay. Taking to her routine job, she sets to work trotting through the various winding corridors, taking the longest route she can up to the training grounds at the top level of the city. And upon tasting the fresh air, exiting out into the earthen surface of the flying city, she makes her way over to the training yard. And the act of this exercise, the culmination of her efforts and hard work, grants Kaz +1 to stamina. Da 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 da.
Hey.
Level up ish.
Upon arriving to the training ground, what does Kaz do?
She inspects the training dummies in the yard, ascertaining which one looks the most durable. Giving them each a little pat with her hand.
And after inspecting most of them, you find them to be in rather haggard shape. They see a lot of use. And out of all of them, it's the one at the very, very end that you find to still be the most sturdy of them.
Yes, firm. That is good word to use. And she will proceed to wallop at it with her fists.
And she sets to work, punching into the training dummy, swinging, exercising the very epitome of her strength and endurance. The act draws the attention of a nearby person. As the sound of the training dummy echoes across the training grounds. And before long, you see young Ronald make his way over to the edge of the fence, silently watching Kaz.
Oh, hello, young Ronald.
He gives a silent wave before saying, "Training again, I see."
Yes, always. Kaz will not be satisfied until she is their strongest. As she quickly turns around with another flurry of punches on the training dummy.
He watches for a time before jumping over the fence, making his way over to the kobold. Between bouts of punches, he then moves over, kind of grabs you by your shoulders, and gently adjusts your posture before kind of mirroring your stance and showing you proper form. Because of your height, if you keep swinging like that, the most you're going to do is tire yourself out.
Ooh. Kaz looks with her eyes wide open and her finger to her chin in contemplative thought at this.
It's not always about strength. Your size matters too. You have to be good at using your size to your advantage just as much as your strength. Learn how to use both and it'll make you much stronger. Well, it's not your size that I mean. It's how you use it.
I was thinking Kaz is beginning to understand, yes.
And he proceeds to walk you through the specifics on body torque and mechanics relative to a person your height. This sets you on a path towards improving your fighting style. Continued work in this way will eventually yield results, making you a more effective warrior.
As is pleased. So
Once-
then, like this.
Watching your examples, he continues to correct it over time until eventually you do it consistently enough that he is satisfied. That should work. Center of mass is important. And considering how tall you are, if you use it well enough, you might be able to actually take down people who are much bigger than you quite easily.
Yes, good.
Fuck yeah, judo.
Yep.
Maybe Cass could even lift an entire ogre and hurl him over his shoulder.
He kind of scoffs at this comment. That's something I'd pay to see.
It is all about center of mass, yes. So, with all of that, Cass could do big hurdling, yes?
He thinks about it for a moment before saying, "Yeah, I suppose with practice, maybe you could."
Ah, yes, much center of mass. And she gives her tummy a big slap.
And he kind of doubles over and starts laughing a little bit at the act.
Cass blushes a little bit and then also laughs along with him, kind of doubling over at just how the realization of how silly it seemed, but also kind of cute. Question mark.
You know, for somebody who wants to be so strong, you're awfully goofy. But you're not so bad.
He not so bad either. He got good heart in ya.
He says nothing. But
You see,
begins to make his way over to the fence line before hopping over. I suppose I'll see you later. I've got some other things I need to do.
yeah. We see each other later then. Thank you, Ronald boy.
Ron is fine, he says before turning away and making for the interior of the city.
She says under her breath, Ron boy, yes.
Okay.
And with this, you continue training in the training yard?
Indeed, with the new techniques learned, she will try to put them more into use.
You got it. We'll then turn our attention back to the workshop in the lower levels of Aurora as Gus and Silas finish their installation of the parts for Chiquita. There you are. That should do well for at least a time. Try not to break yourself, please.
Oh no, I'll be gentle. Thank you very much.
And don't you worry, if you break yourself, it will be spectacular.
He's not wrong. It will be very glorious.
I hope that I don't have to do that for a long time, but it's nice to have.
Silas kind of shrugs. Been through my fair share. Rather not get caught in any more. You have fun though.
I think I will.
With Chiquita's new parts installed and her body restored to full function, she hops off the table and kind of tests how everything feels.
Yep, flip flap my wingies. The cables in my tum tum squirm around. Wow, very nice. Very nice parts. Even my skin looks better now.
Yeah, I thought that might need a bit of a touch up considering you kinda look like a corpse.
Maybe I should wear clothes, huh?
Yeah, you should probably wear clothes. Most people wear
Oh.
clothes.
You know what? I will go do that. I will find someone to make me clothes.
In the meantime, could you put your cloak back on, please?
Ah, okay, I guess.
You know, there are children in the city after all.
Yeah, what do you mean?
You know what? Never mind, Chiquita. You have a great day.
Okay, you too. She's gonna
Yeah.
go find somebody to make her some clothes.
Gus is going to look at Silas and like, really? You're getting flushed over a robot fanning.
Look, it's not the fanny that I have a problem with. Do you know how many times I get complaints for the nonsensical things that the people I'm affiliated with do? Okay? I have a literal... He points over to an office table at the far end of the workshop. On it are literally like 5 stacks of like 2-foot tall forms. Those are just complaints, okay? Those are the complaints. Why they all come to me, I don't bloody know. I don't even run the city. Ziz runs the city. Why do they come to me?
You just have the charisma of a leader. What can I say? People look up to you. What? Can't really blame them.
Yes, I can blame them. Before he turns back over to the forge and starts setting to work making these armored plates. And in the meantime, Chiquita is going to take the lift up to the upper districts that she might find a tailor. With the modifications to her body, she gets surprisingly fewer stares and awkward jeers. Perhaps the uncorpsification of her visage has made her a little bit more approachable in the process. And eventually, she disembarks the lift and makes her way through the bustling district. Shops lining both sides of the tall marble walls, signage out front, and various stalls and shopgoers moving to and fro. It takes little time for you to pick one of the various shops present, and you make your way inside of a clothier and tannery.
Hello? Anybody here?
A rather wizened-looking man peers out from behind a wide mahogany shop counter.
Oh, why hello there, dear.
Oh, hi.
What can I do for you?
Oh. I need clothes.
Well, yes, that's why you're here, right?
Yeah.
What can I get for you? You want a
Yeah.
fancy suit? Are you looking for some traveling gear? What?
I want something that is skin tight, but covers all the parts that the parts. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the parts, yeah.
You know what parts I'm talking about?
Yes.
Yes, I want to cover those parts because everyone look at it and they're like, "Whoa, parts!"
Yeah, back in my day, you could just walk around with your parts, it didn't matter.
I know, right? It's crazy how things are changing. I was around so long ago, and back then, no one cared that I was walking around no clothes. It's no big deal.
He gives you a scrutinous stare, his eyes growing like to thin slits beneath his big bushy gray eyebrows.
You mocking me, old young lady? You don't look a day over 20.
No, I'm robot.
He kind of leans in really, really close over the table, his eyes straining, before he reaches into his breast pocket and withdraws a pair of really old, grubby glasses. He puts them on, and they magnify his eyeballs to insane sizes.
Ah, that's better. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, what a... Oh! You what do they call them? Warforged.
see?
Yes, I see now. I have my glasses on.
Okay, very nice. Okay, you make me close now?
He looks you over and kind of moves his jaw as if he's chewing on something, before withdrawing a long strip of tape from within his pocket, unfurling the roll with practiced speed.
I thought you were gonna say it
Yeah.
came from his mouth.
No. Ew.
That would be disgusting.
Oh god.
Look, we already had that butler guy. I'm like, I wouldn't be surprised at this point.
Away from his
Oh
mouth.
yeah, good old Jeeves. Fucking weird little goblin.
Rip Jeeves, who is probably dead now.
Yeah, now that you're about to say that, yeah.
He quickly wraps the tape around your figure and gets your measurements, withdrawing a old dirty notepad from his back pocket, scribbling down the numbers.
Come on back tomorrow morning. I should have something fitted for you.
You got it. And then Chiquita, in the meantime, will find a box and hide in it. Just chilling in a box.
She makes her way up
Or
to.
a closet. Or like a broom closet. Actually, let's make it a broom closet. Like,
Just want to go to a random broom closet?
yeah.
She takes the lift down a few layers to the residential area, and making her way to a particularly deserted, quiet section. She enters one of the empty residences, looks about, finds the closet, walks over to the closet, and opens the door before entering and closing the door behind her.
Hooray, we got a closet ending for Chiquita.
The magic of the closet.
And
Okay.
so Stanley stayed in the closet. Hours passed, then weeks, months, have years gone by?
I love the Stanley Parable.
Yes,
I need to play that.
he's very good.
Isn't there a sequel?
Mm-hmm.
In a way.
Make date.
Okay. So, we are now entering the later part of the day. Is there anything the players wish to do before kind of retiring for the evening?
I want to hang out with Marin.
Easy enough.
Yeah.
You make your way up to the training area. Entering the mess hall that you remember eating with Marin just the day before. And upon entering, you see the hustle and bustle of the little lights, animately discussing amongst each other, screaming, bickering, in some cases fighting. And scanning the crowd, you kind of try to suss out the tasseled mop of hair. Excuse me, I can't word right now. The tasseled mop of hair that is Marin's head. It takes a
The
while.
head is
Oh, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
the head is attached to a body, right?
Yes, very much still attached to a body.
Only
Yeah.
Sometimes.
My-
Only
my head-
sometimes.
My head just went totally. Wait, she decapitated? I totally blacked out there.
No.
Okay, continue, please. Sorry.
Okay, you're all good. So, it takes a moment, but eventually you're able to recognize her sitting in the far corner, somewhat separate from everyone else. She appears to be idly playing with Mr. Bones. You make your way across the room, approaching, and as she notices you, she looks up excitedly, hopping up from her seat, running over, and giving your leg a tight embrace. Hi, Miss
I'm
Isla.
Hi, Marin. How are you today?
I'm good.
It's been another day, right? Like it's the next day, right?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
Just gotta double check.
You keep visiting me every few minutes. It's kind of nice, but weird.
No, it's the following day.
It's a good thing Aurora doesn't have child services. Otherwise, an Amber Alert would have gone off.
Oh, God.
I'm gonna cry. Ooh. Yeah, sorry. Still bad at D&D time.
It comes with time. It comes.
Nope. I completely forgot where I was at now.
The thing?
Yeah, okay. Okay. Never mind. I got it now. I just asked her how she was doing. I don't remember after that, though.
She smiles widely. I'm doing really good. Just playing with Mr. Bones.
Do you want to go see the real Mr. Bones? I might have a gift for you.
Her eyes practically glow with excitement. She quickly peers around, kind of exaggeratively looking suspiciously, before taking your hand and heading to the exterior of the building. After a short walk, the two of you approach the shed in the training grounds. And after a quick fiddling with the lock, the door is swung open, and the mass pile of bones is laying at the center of the shed.
So, I have some bones for you.
Really?
Yep.
Ooh, gimme, 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 gimme.
Alright, here you go.
She takes the bones, looking them over. They still carry a somewhat pinkish tinge.
Oh no.
Oh, oh my. They're fresh.
She's like, oh, yes, perfect. Most of the time, I only find the old ones. These won't break easy like the others. She begins to fish the bones out of the bag one by one, jamming them into the mass. With practiced accuracy and an almost artistic gaze and flair. After sticking the 7th bone into the mass, she turns the bag inside out and kind of shakes it to confirm there are no more in the bag.
Yeah, sorry, I only have 7 for you.
No, this is perfect. I should only need a little bit more and he's all done.
Those might be a little more difficult for me to get.
It's okay. I might even be able to figure these out myself. You help me a lot. Usually I'm only able to find like 1 or 2 a week.
How long have you been working on Mr. Bones?
A long time, she says, kind of equal parts like guilty, like a child caught doing something they're not supposed to. And also kind of shy. He started off a lot smaller before we moved here. But this thing happened in Barovia. And there was a big bunch of bones after.
Oh
So,
God.
when nobody was looking, I snuck out with a big bag and I brought a bunch of them. And I've been
What?
hiding them all over the city. One by one, I come and get them and I bring them here.
Oh, that's what you mean by only being able to get 1 or 2 a week.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna ask. And does your teacher help you get bones, or does she not know about this?
Mama Elsa gives me bones sometimes. She knows. She's the one who told me to keep it a secret. She said the others wouldn't get it.
I can't imagine how she's getting those bones.
It helps when you're in charge of processing the dead of the city.
Okay, I didn't know that. Okay.
You
Well,
literally could have had a conversation with the person inside that bag, I swear. Like a day before. Considering how fresh it is.
He said you could have had a conversation. Who says you didn't?
oh, I
Anyway.
Anyway, you know what? Just shut up.
I'm not there, but I want to ask, are the bones
Don't.
child size?
No, not at all. They're not child size, nah.
Those bones, no. The other ones,
The other ones that might have that are already in. Mr.
Anyway, moving on.
Murdering people for Marin? What the heck?
No. God. Killed water all over myself.
But yeah. Once Mirren explains. She looks up to Isla and says, Mr. Quint told me that when this is all over, that you wanted to be my mama.
Yes.
You see tears well up in her eyes a little bit. Really?
Don't cry. Yes, don't cry, please. I'll feel bad. Even if they are tears of happiness.
She smiles widely and hugs Isla's leg.
I can't promise that you'll have as many siblings as you do here. But, yeah.
She's like, she says, "It's okay. I can always visit."
True.
A lot of us really just... She kind of trails off at that last part. Before taking Isla's hand after pulling away from her leg and walking the pair of you out of the shed and closing it behind her. Setting the heavy lock back onto the latch.
Where are we headed now?
You want to eat lunch?
I haven't ate all day. Yes, please.
And she leads you into the interior of the mess hall. The two of you partake in a rather wholesome lunch together.
At this point, Isla's gonna be able to become the bones for Marin if she doesn't find a way to get a steady eating schedule.
Okay. As we turn away from that wholesome scene, are there any other tasks the party wishes to complete before we move to day 2 and the start of the Tournament of Power?
Power?
Just curious, how late was it in the by the time I was finished talking with youth and researching?
I'd say roughly around like 4 or 5 p.m. It's not
5
that
p.m.
late.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I say there's still stuff you can do. But I'm not gonna force you to like drag the whole day out type deal. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I guess one other thing is because I did ask bring up like trying to find the lichen pack again, but then also I'm like I have no clues on where they went. So I think if I can, I ask Eradikai or Youth if they've heard any rumors or while I'm still at the bar, just so I can figure it out later.
Well, Eradikai actually would be able to answer this.
Oh.
And he
Okay,
states
well.
that generally they stalk the southern woods between New Barovia and Valeki. He says that if
Yeah,
you want
makes
to
sense.
find them, create a beacon atop one of the tallest trees of light, and eventually they'll make their way to you when they find it. It's kind of been a running tradition / trend that they've used to get in contact with the pack at a great distance.
Oh, so that's what happened when we first.
Exactly.
Gotcha. Okay. I guess that's a thing I would want to try and do, but maybe not right now because I feel like. Yeah, with everything else going on, I think I'll hold off and just let. I'll check on the other stuff first. So I think, you know what, Lance has been doing a lot. He'll actually take the advice and try and relax. So we'll leave it at that for now.
Fair enough. No worries. No worries. Still have a whole day tomorrow, so if that's something you wanna try hitting out a couple of things, you still got time.
Okay.
Again, the city doesn't leave until the following day at noon.
Oh, okay.
So as long as you're there by noon, shouldn't be a problem.
Okay.
That said, Lance elects to spend the evening relaxing and taking Youth's advice to heart, enjoying their company alongside Eradikai, and leaving his journey to convene with the pack for the morrow. And this just kind of continues on for the other adventures as well, as they exhaust the last of the day's light with their various tasks and goals, before retiring for the evening in preparation of the tournament the day following. At first, it's a pleasant dream. You see familiar faces that you can't quite remember, but they feel like someone's important to you. The sky, a beautiful, brilliant blue, clear of any clouds for miles, slowly turns crimson. The sun's bright rays fade as the sun turns black. You look past those two familiar people, and in the distance, legions upon legions of horrible creatures. Caiaphas quickly looks to his left, hoping to see his spear, but there's nothing there. He looks down at his person, and he's dressed as a farmer. The hordes are getting closer, and in the distance, it's hazy at first, but you see it getting more and more clear. The gargantuan outline of some horrible man, creature, humanoid in shape. Its body, a mere silhouette, illuminated by horrible, angry yellow light. Far too many eyes and mouths cover the surface of his body. And with a taloned, fetid hand, it raises and points its legion forward. Their approach turns into a charge, and like a tidal wave, they pour over the field in front of you. Closer and closer still, those familiar faces look to you in horror, terror. Do something, do something! And before you can even utter a word of comfort, of reassurance, the wave crashes upon you. Trampled, cut, eviscerated, burned, stabbed. So much pain, so much suffering. And then you snap to. A cold, wet sheen of sweat covers your face and your body. You shake violently. A pool sitting around at where you rest in your bed. The nightmare, like so many times before. Ever since the events of the hangar, it's been getting harder and harder to sleep, to rest, to find relief. Those short stints, the only solace you find anymore. And though it makes your progress a crawl, it's all you can do to stave off the utter exhaustion that wears at you at every waking moment. The only solace it brings is the modicum of support in knowing that it gives you time to prepare. Time to stow your magics. For you know, eventually, you're going to need it. And what terrifies you the most, it might not be enough. It takes time and a concerted effort. But you lay your head back down, it coming to rest on the goose down pillow, and you fall back into an uneasy slumber. And despite the listless night that Caiaphas had, dawn comes all the same. The sun rises, as do our heroes. With the rising of this morning sun, who of you is the first to stir? And what is it that you choose to do?
Big stretch from Kaz. And she looks around, looking for Nance. Nance, is he in a different room? I forgot how the lounging situation was handled.
You essentially have one of the various residential apartment spaces that kind of fill the civilian district of the city. Think of it like a apartment building with many condos. And each condo is like separate, but next door to like in an apartment hallway.
Yeah.
The hallways are roughly 15 feet wide, 30 feet tall, and at a length of from one end to the next. If I'm not mistaken, hold on 1 second. Oh, wrong one. I think they're like about 100 feet in length. No. I don't have it in my notes right now. But it's not important, so let's keep moving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So good. And I'm also guessing the furniture is decently lavish.
It's pretty utilitarian. There's a bed, bedside table, closet, wardrobe, bathroom, and a small area from which you can prepare food. There are bigger apartments and there are smaller ones. So it's really up to personal preference whether you get a larger one or a smaller one. The equivalent being like studio to like 3-bedroom, I guess you could say.
Mm-hmm. As considering this, realizes that, heck, this is considerably better than her her living space in the enclave she comes from.
What's more is the city is very, very far from capacity. And as a result, there is an abundance of like just unlived in spaces and entire corridors that have nothing in them. Like in terms of people.
It's literally free real estate.
Also, could be called a ghost town.
That's it. That's free real estate.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta find out, boy. Find.
And where did Lance decide to bunk up for the night? Did he return to Aurora or did he stay at the Allfathers?
I'm gonna do something real quick and see how drunk he got.
Give me a con save.
Yep. Okay, he
got pissed drunk last night. Absolutely
Oh my
fucking
God.
gone.
Guy, he's still asleep. He'll be asleep till 1 p.m.
Yeah, so let's just say I didn't choose, or Lance didn't choose where he slept. It's where
He just kind of passed out where he passed out.
Yeah, so you can choose what happened during his adventure.
After a night of excessive drinking with Youth and Eradikai, Lance eventually stirs to the personal quarters of Eradikai, located in the back, the first floor of the Allfathers. It appears that at one point or another, Lance passed out, and it seems that Eradikai was courteous enough to bring him into a more comfortable place. As you sit upright, you realize you're covered by a bearskin fur, along with a down pillow next to the hearth. The glowing embers of the hearth allude to the fire having gone out some time ago. You also awaken with a splitting headache.
Yeah, I do. Oh god, what happened last night? Oh god. Lance starts to try and stumble out of bed, realizing he has no idea of frame of time, and he's like, "Oh no, I may have, like, did I sleep through everything? Is the world ending? What's going on?" And he's like trying to grab his stuff and see what's going on.
Yes, taps into the setting stone.
Lance is around, yes?
What? But yeah, I'm somewhere.
Ooh, you're not sounding so good.
I'm great. I just had a big day. It's all.
You're always having a big day. You gotta take it easy.
Yeah, I heard that. It's just my head hurts.
Oh. He's not good time for Kaz to be seeing you, is it?
No, Kaz, I always have time for you. Don't ever question that.
Oh.
Okay. Where is Zen?
I just step I guess, stumbling out into the actual tavern, and then I'm like, I'm at the All Fathers. You'll find me drinking water.
Yes, yes. Stay hydrated, just like you said. Yes.
As you
Exactly.
stumble out into the front end of the tavern, you see that it's a rather listless morning. A few tavern goers and regulars are already seated about, either drinking or eating or discussing gossip. But otherwise, it's a rather peaceful scene, almost idyllic. As you turn and look over to Eradikai, who's behind the barkeep, idly polishing glasses. And
Hey. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, after a while. Well, I mean, if you were planning on discussing with Eradikai while Kaz is en route.
Basically being like, hey, I don't know what happened, but my head hurts. Did I do anything dumb?
Well, you went and had a few shots of Bahamut's brew and, well, I don't think I've ever seen an owlin's ass before that.
Oh no.
Yeah, you hopped onto the bar, kicked a couple of glasses off, started baring your rear to the other tavern folk. I admit it was a little funny. And then you proceeded to pass out and fall. Thankfully I caught you, and then brought you into the back.
Thank you. I'm gonna just lie down and think about my life choices.
He chuckles to himself before pulling out a shot glass and pouring yet another glass of alcohol, passing it to Lance.
A little hair of the dog that bit you there, boy.
Okay. I've been taught not to be rude, so I'll take it. Am I taking another constitution check? I'll just do it. Oh, dear God.
God,
my
oh God, oh God, man,
Wow.
oh God.
Desperately attempt to choke
night.
down the liquor, which
Good night,
burns as it hits your gullet. It makes you kind of shudder violently. And for a split moment, you go a little cross-eyed. And then you set the glass back down before feeling actually a little less nauseous, but tipsy in the process.
Great.
You're an absolute lightweight.
I'm having massive flashbacks to my freshman year in college. Massive flashbacks, like,
Massive lightweight, good gods.
All right. Well, I guess I'm gonna just. Fuck it. I'm
To be
gonna-
fair, it's not wholly Lance's fault. Bahamut's brew is like some really potent moonshine.
Oh.
It's locally
Wasn't-
made.
I was gonna say how Silas can't do insight. Apparently, Lance can't do Constitution.
Don't worry, Silent is bad at those too.
Oh yeah.
Maybe Isla should head to the bar, try it out.
That'd be hilarious.
I want to see how drunk Isla
Emboldened by the alcohol, Lance grabs his loot from his back, and in a fervor of both confidence and slight drunkenness, he begins to belt one of the greatest songs he has ever played in his whole life. This ballad, legendary, in its execution draws the attention of all of the nearby patron goers. Its melodies sing out through the windows of the tavern and draw the attention of those passerbys who peer in out of curiosity and admiration. This song is potentially the greatest song that you've ever heard.
And Lance will never be able to recreate it again.
Nope.
Nope, you can only make a tribute.
You got it. You got the reference.
I was thinking that too.
I love you guys for that.
I
That's
have no
that's
clue what's
peak.
going on.
Don't worry, we're being boomers.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
So you guys are old, is all I'm hearing.
It's okay.
You-
One
you-
day
you-
you'll get to hear a tribute to the greatest song in the world.
I was gonna ask you if you know who Jack Black is, and then I was like,
Yeah, how do
should I
you-
just say Jablinski?
Yo, Jablinski.
So confused. I mean,
You
I
don't know about Tenacious D?
No.
Bruh, you are missing a huge part of pop culture, man.
Ninja sex
Seriously.
party.
Mind bullets.
I
Whip
wanna
crack
go
with the
home.
frumpet tail.
Nope, I'm
And the
leaving.
beast
Goodbye.
was
No,
done.
I'm leaving. Goodbye, nerds.
We are
Speaking of
but
which-
men.
Rock. Ah! Yo. Oh my god. Yeah, moving on. Okay.
I'm just gonna say, the
But
look I have
it-
on my face is just.
You don't know. You don't
Oh
know.
no, you don't know what it's like, man. You don't know what it's like.
Hey, and you guys now sound like brooding 13-year-olds.
That does be
It's like, mom.
I got you right now.
also.
Got you right
also,
now, Eden.
I don't want to watch this. I don't want to watch this.
Also, it does paint a curious picture. Do Alden have bits or do we have a cloaca?
Huh?
Wow. Wow.
What did you say?
Wow. Question. Wow. Okay. This is a
I think I
question.
would hear that word again so
I-
soon.
I'm not going to answer this question right now.
I
As
mean, he was
You can answer on
pantsless.
I
You
don't
answer
have
honestly.
research. Okay, I don't know, and I don't want to speculate at the moment.
I guess Lance gets to decide whether he has bits or a cloaca.
I don't know if that's gonna come up in the story, so we're not gonna
Probably
worry about that
hides
right
in
now.
underneath the feathers, honestly.
It's like I don't know. Look, I
No
don't
wonder
like
I
how
don't-
in like every D&D campaign I happen to have this question asked about this.
I'm not surprised I don't know what this is. It's from 2010. I was 8.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was 8.
You don't need to remind us of the frame of reference of you're younger than us.
It's okay. I'm
Yeah,
grandma.
sorry guys. I'm not a boomer.
Yeah, go back to your TikToks.
I do
I
that.
still
now,
love
too.
you.
dang kids in your my books and face spaces.
See, I do TikTok before and after session, not during session.
Okay.
All right.
Anyway.
I'm not gonna be able to accomplish any of his goals today. I already know it. God damn it!
You chose the jerk, man.
Look, I was trying to listen to people's advice, and this is what happens.
It's like studying for a test and then joining asking for your senior's advice, and they're in a drinking party.
That's what all D10s.
Your legendary performance draws the attention everybody within the tavern and is met with absolutely boisterous applause as they celebrate such a phenomenal performance.
Clap, 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 clap.
Wait, I have something for this.
Oh no. Not a Facebook message.
I was wondering what that was. Gods.
Lance is still drunk and he wipes a tear from his eye.
A handful
Really?
of the nearby come offering gold in donation to such a great performance, and you gain 57 gold.
Holy shit.
Cha-ching! I mean, you are a bard. That makes sense. It's literally how you make your money.
Yeah.
Learned what Lance was. I can add this time.
A handful of the patrons ask you for your name, that they might be able to spread the good word of your epic performance.
I'm trying to think of a way to make it where he's still in the performance thing. Like he's still like saying his name, but try to make it as. I don't know if this is possible.
Oh yeah, I'll slap that in
Um,
there. I mean, you got a nat
yeah.
20 on that baby.
You gave it to me because he was that drunk. Okay, sure, why not?
And as you kind of take a moment to consider how to respond best to this. I'm Lance Goodwin of the New Few. Thank you and good night, Barovia.
This falls over.
And then you just collapse over on your side. You're still awake and conscious. You're just kind of laying there.
Perfect.
And how about our adventurers preparing for the Tournament of Power? You've roughly 2 hours before it begins, and you need to be there.
I have a question that's out of character.
Shoot.
Does the tournament have a bar?
Yes, there is in fact alcohol served as well as concessions.
Cool, because I want to get Isla drunk now.
Fair enough. So, those of you going to the tournament, can you put it in the chat for me? Just so I can see. Just be like me.
Just going as participating or viewing as well?
Either or.
I don't think that's how you spell that. Never mind.
Okay, say I wake up there because Kaz dragged me there.
Yeah, eventually Kaz ends up making their way into the tavern, hoping to meet up with Lance. And after cutting their way through the extremely tight crowd surrounding the Owlin Bard, Kaz eventually makes their way in front of him and kind of looks at him both equal parts confused and concerned.
My God, what have they done to you?
Just living my best life.
I don't know if best life is on the floor. Usually it is. But Kansas is thinking not this time.
I had a big day and I'm just making sure the fun doesn't stop.
Oh, you need hydration.
And she hops over to the bar counter and hails over in Radukai.
Water, lots of water. For Cass too.
He nods, grabbing 2 more tankards and filling them from the tap before passing them over to the small kobold.
She brings one over to Lance and pries open his beak, sets him to a position so he's not laying with head facing up so he doesn't freaking drown or anything. And tips the tankard into his mouth.
Yes, yes, it's very good. Well, it tastes better under certain conditions, yes.
She tips the tankard back.
Was it?
Thank you, Cass.
Tasty good.
More importantly, and she begins slaughtering him.
It is time.
The time? What are you talking about?
The tourney, the tamana, the tene, the zing of power.
Okay. Do I have like a performance there? What are we doing?
You're
What?
going to watch Cass be amazing. That is what.
Okay. Just. I'll see you there. Just.
It is today. It is soon. Come, let's go.
She attempts to drag him.
Yeah, I'm on my way.
And the two of you haphazardly kind of limp your way in the direction of one of the wagons in the western side of the city, taking participants and viewers towards the arena. A service offered by Iggy, the officiant and owner of the arena. It's clumsy, but eventually, the two of you manage to make your way into one of the wagons, and it sets off, heading down the road towards the arena some 2 miles away. As these two make their way towards the arena, so too does our adventurers Caiaphas and Gus, as well as Isla, hoping to view the entertainment and see a little violence in the process.
A lot of violence.
Eventually, the majority of you make it to the massive, elegantly designed building. Artistic pillars of various warriors illustrate the champions who have come in the past. Each of them holding up one of the various pillars that support the structure. The roar of the crowds can be heard from outside even before you make it in, as the crowds build up in mass around the exterior and interior of the massive citadel. Those of you who aim to participate, as you approach the entrance to the arena, you see there is a line that splits into 3. Those participating, those viewing, and those who are merchants aiming to sell their wares during the entertainment.
What kind of wares are they selling?
From goblets, small trinkets, snacks, and other merchandise as well.
Okay, so it's mostly for audiences, not really for participants.
There is a kind of how do I put this? A blacksmithing brand, I guess you could say.
Mm-hmm.
The arena commissions Silas and other engineers to forge weapons of solid design and make for the tournament.
Okay.
These weapons can also be purchased and equate to a +1 weapon.
Is there a does there happen to be a what's the word? A Flint Industries branch in there?
No, but what you could
Oh.
do upon approaching is apply for a badge. And this is usually what marks most of the merchants who are selling merchandise. Using this badge, you will be able to enter the kind of expo where various engineers and creators, inventors, and artificers come to display their inventions in hopes of commissioning a contract with Pizzoli. These military contracts tend to be very lucrative.
Let me see. I'm still kind of torn between whether I want to be a merchant or I want to participate. Because participating would be good, advertisement. But
Yeah,
merchandise. I could also I could also sell some merchandise.
straight up, yeah. Just show it off at the expo and potentially get a contract that way. Both are very viable options.
Mm. I think I'll I think I'll stick with I think I'll stick with the I think I'll stick with the with the expo then if that's the case.
Fair enough.
And but before going to the merchant thing, I'm carrying Kaz's gift with me,
Gotcha.
and I'm present when I meet her. I want to say a little something to give you a bit of an edge on the contest, lass. I'm sure you'll appreciate it.
And
Presents for Kaz.
you kind of, as you enter, applying for the expo, one of the attendants hands you a small bronzed badge, and you wait, in hand carrying a metal case. Eventually, you see Kaz attempting to kind of stumble in, carrying Lance, who looks pretty messed up.
I'm great. What are you talking about?
What did you do?
What did I do?
That is what Kaz wants to know too.
What happened to the lad? Did he enjoy himself too much?
Maybe? Ooh, what is that?
She points to the case.
This, my wee little football friend, is going to give you a bit of an edge on the competition. And I lay it down. I open it up, and I, with some significant effort, lift the now very huge maul with in front of the small kobold. Did a little bit of an adjustment. I think you'll find it quite explosive.
As gives him a very, very passively neutral stare when he says that. Not catching on to the pun at all.
So what's going to happen is, looking at Kaz and seeing her puzzled look, like decides to, and you can see like he's processing some things. Basically, if you hit anything with this thing, they go boom. and it's gonna hurt a lot more than you think.
Ah, big boom. Yeah,
Big
Kaz
bo-
understands.
you hit someone, it will big boom, and they will also feel big boom in their heads. Now, how, right at the moment, it's got 6 charges. If you're going to replace it, you're gonna need to replace it with some smoke powder. Now I'm gonna try, and I hand her a horn of smoke powder, just a little extra for you to get started.
Kaz looks at a horn with still a puzzled look.
And I
So I eat this and I can breathe fire like
no
dragon.
no 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 don't eat that, don't eat that. That's not advisable. Um, I proceed to teach her how to reload and load the hammer with the powder, and basically I show her to load the canisters with gunpowder. Shows her show her how the revolver mechanism works. All that does.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And after walking the Cobalt through the process, how about Kaz gives me a intelligence check?
I mean, oh
Oh no.
well.
And the gist of what Kaz is able to ascertain from what Gus is showing her is essentially pour black powder into canister, then it makes boom. Without really
Big boom.
accounting for how
How-
much
for the
powder.
amount.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, it's preloaded with 6 charges. As long as you turn off the safety, I showed her the safety mechanism as well.
Exactly.
As long as you don't, as long as if you don't understand it, come back to me. I can teach you again. But for now, you'll be fine with it. 6 hits and it'll be good.
Okay, yes. It is also good for smashing. That Kaz
It is
understands.
very good for smashing. It is very good for smashing.
Yeah.
She rolls around to present the hammer to Lance. Very proud. She is just beaming with excitement.
Look. It is nice. It is makey ficky.
Yes.
Magnificent.
Mac, great. You're gonna knock them dead, I'm sure.
Yes.
I
My
certainly hope
head.
so.
What do we do? How do I end up here?
The little one carried you.
Oh.
And eventually, Caiaphas is seen passing through the gate as a participant. He sees the trio of you discussing amongst yourselves the events to come.
Life is gonna haphazardly stumble over, mildly sleep deprived.
You are not looking so good either.
Not feeling so good.
All of you need some tea. Tea, very good for the ailed mind.
Did you guys give the Cobalt a gun?
Oh no, I didn't.
Wait,
give a
what?
Cobalt a
What
gun.
happened to? There's a gun?
It
The
is
black
gun?
powder? I don't know what it
It's-
is.
It works similar to a gun, but it's not technically a gun.
It smashes.
Ashes?
Aye.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
No, I don't
It's
think I got it.
perfectly safe.
I don't think.
At least as long as you're not in the receiving end of it.
I don't think I'm gonna be in the receiving end of it.
The first match is against you two.
Oh, they're fighting each other?
Well, I have no idea how the bracket's gonna go.
Neither do I. I just said put me against him. Let me at him, and they're letting me at him. I guess. I don't know.
Oh, good luck.
I just want that big prize. I heard it goes for a lot of money, so money's good. We need money.
You need money.
Yeah. I need money.
Why would you need money?
I got
He needs
14
money to
gold
buy
to my
some
name.
tea.
Yeah, buy some tea, some coffee, you know. Get my
Makes you
14
feel
gold up.
good. So
How
happy.
much? How much money do you need, lad?
13,000.
And where the Sam Hill did you get a debt of 13,000 gold?
I didn't get a debt of 13,000 gold.
What are you gonna do with 13,000 gold?
Spend it.
On?
Armor, weapons, magic items, upgrades, you know.
So what you don't really need gold then. What you need are items.
Yeah, but gold's the easiest way to get these items, so.
I mean, you're personally acquainted to what a master tinkerer, one of the heirs to what the biggest weapon provider in all of fucking Faerun, and
Has
also
put
one
my
of the best.
hand on Gus's thigh and just gives a little shake of her head and says,
Let the man believe. He is here for a reason. It is what drives him. He is here to fight. It is good to believe. It
Can you
does not
make-
matter there's a reason. He
Can
just
you
needs to.
make this stronger? He's gonna point at it as a ring of protection. Can you make this like so they can't hit me whatsoever?
You have to understand, lad, that no protection is 100% fail-proof. It'll help you, but that's still gonna.
I can get pretty
You're-
close, I think.
Yeah, you're probably better talking to the little blue one. She's better off with magic, with the whole magical enhancements and all that. I'm more on the analog side, if you say. Also, the
That
more
one
offensive side.
scares me. That one scares me. I don't want to talk to that one. They're very.
It's a turkey.
The turkey's very scary. What's a turkey?
They go, gobble gobble. He's very funny and they taste good.
I'm sure turkeys exist in our campaign, right?
Yes, turkeys are very much a real creature in Faerun.
Oh my god.
You don't know.
Stop.
Sounds
You
made
don't
up.
know, mate.
Sounds made up. It's like a.
Oh, it almost is. Ken's only gotten the pleasure of eating turkey once. It is a noble delicacy. Blech.
Like
she has
saying,
an utter look of disdain upon saying the word noble.
I
I
know.
hate nobles too. They're so fancy.
Yes,
Yeah,
so
Not-
rude and fancy.
But they do
Yeah,
have
I
a
could
lot of money.
I can definitely think of a few nobles that are a bit of a dick. But yeah, not all of them are bad.
Mm,
I know a few myself.
They are all bad.
Very good, very good customers. Yeah. Anyway, I'm just trying to say that if it's just if it's gear that you want, you have other avenues that you can take to get it, rather than just gold. Because let me tell you, gold can get you everything. Believe me, gold can give you everything. You're better off trusting people around you.
But you still wanted to fight, yes?
yeah, I'm still gonna fight. I'm still gonna, I heard you can't die, so might as well fight.
Yes, yes.
Worst
No
case scenario, I
life
get to
stakes.
figure out what I can actually do on the field.
He's good, we fight, okay. When we begin.
What now? What?
Isla now passes through the gate and sees the quartet discussing amongst themselves idly.
What's up?
Are you here to fight too, lass?
No, just to watch.
Aye. Spectators are, I guess, that way. I'll be busy. I'll be busy in the expo.
Fun. I
I'll-
just you guys figured I'd come for a chat before I ran off to my own area.
Kaz hops over to Isla with her hand up for a high five.
roughly the same size, aren't they?
No, actually, Isla's
Cat?
taller.
I thought they were both like 3 feet something.
No.
Yeah.
Now, Isla's about like. How tall is Isla? It's like 4 something?
Yeah. More
Okay,
the
because I remember
range,
in my
something,
brain I remember
yeah.
3.5 feet from the first introduction.
Yeah, definitely something around that. But
Might have
I
been
can't
a mis-
imagine them.
Might have been me.
I
Might have been a
I always
misinterpretation. of me.
imagine them roughly the same size.
Yeah, that's what I was
Anyway.
imagining. It could be, yeah. It isn't.
I'd say Isla's probably like a head or 2 taller.
Okay.
Does Isla know what a high five is?
Yeah, I'd say you know what a high five is.
Okay, I will give Kaz a high five.
I was like, I hope I can like infer what
Okay, the reason I ask is because I'm pretty sure in Overture Medicus's campaign, like someone tried to give Silas a high five and it did not end well.
He
Oh.
did not know what his high five was.
yeah, that's why I ask. 'Cause I'm like, is high fives a thing in this world?
Oh no, they're a thing. It's just
Okay,
Silas is a fucking
Silas is
potato.
Weird.
Yeah.
He's a big nerd.
I just had to double check. Alright. Isla
Just
will
glad
Alright.
you are supporting her.
All right,
I-
since
never said that, but okay.
since you're watching and you're fighting, I'm pointing at Kaz and then I'm pointing at Isla. Who's gonna be watching the owl boy? Because he's
Not
in
me.
no.
I mean, I guess he can come with me.
I can take care of myself.
With the way you're
Nah,
talking and
nah,
standing,
nah,
no, you
nah, you
cannot.
can't. No, you can't, lad. No, you can't.
Did he drink?
This is rude.
He drank. He's.
Oh
he's.
my god, I'm so proud, but disappointed at the same time.
I'm an
Actually,
Come
adult.
with me.
Actually, good question. Let me just check my spell list for 1 second. Do I have?
I mean, he could still come with me, spell or not.
Oh, I don't. Oh, I don't. Oh, I don't have it. Unfortunately. Oh well.
Is there anything for an evening mind?
Bells begin to echo across the entire arena. Before a voice, boisterous and amplified, is followed. Welcome, one and all, to the Tournament of Power. I, your host, Iggy, am officially announcing its start. If you are participating, please head to the underground arena gathering area for your number and round.
Ooh, it began. Okay, good luck, owl boy. Kaz believes
Great.
in you too.
I hug Kaz and through my drunkenness I give a bardic inspiration.
Aww.
So, I hate it.
It is good,
Uh,
Hag.
Look,
I know
alright, I
you-
can either
You do
I
it.
can either take Owlboy with me to the expo, or you can go with the fairy and you can watch the fight.
Yeah, would you rather watch the fight or would you rather go drunkenly spend your money?
I gotta support Kaz. That's the whole reason I'm here.
Alrighty.
Then he's all yours. And I walk
would-
towards the expo.
I would support you, but you're a bit taller than me and that wouldn't end well.
I can take it. I'll show you and try to start.
Okay.
I guess flying.
Isla finds that he's actually pretty easy to support. Lance
Oh.
is surprisingly light despite his size. Perhaps a characteristic of his avian nature.
Good, because Isla isn't strong at all.
It'd be fine.
Alright, okay. guess we're going now. Oh,
Uh,
why did you have to drink before this? Oh, no.
Look, we've all been through a lot. It's only fair.
Okay, Junk Boy, let's go.
I'm already there.
And with some effort, Isla and Lance manage to struggle their way to seats within the bleachers above. Now, if you have been sitting for the last 3 hours, now is a great time to take a little break, grab a drink,
Wait, it's been
as I prepare the map for battle.
Jeez, it's been 3 hours. Damn.
Yeah, we've been at it.
Okay, just know that Isla still wants to get drunk, but I'm gonna go get some tea.
Absolutely. I'll throw on a fresh cup of coffee.
It was an awful idea to put Lance with Isla because Isla's about to get drunk and now they have to take care of Drunk and Junker.
It's about to be litter than an apple fritter.
Yes. I'm gonna get tea. Goodbye.
Alrighty, guys. We will be back in roughly 5-ish minutes. Feel free to use the restroom, grab a drink, or stretch if you've been sitting for this time.
Can't take notes anymore.
Righto.
Don't care.
And we're back, folks. Fresh cup of coffee and a sexy adventure to go forward. I'm excited. So let's get this spiciness back on track, shall we? Hopefully our adventurers aren't getting into too much mischief.
The picture of you three, like the art of you three, is
Yeah.
that still your lock screen? Because
Yeah,
it
it
is
is.
mine.
Yeah. Yep. Every time
Same.
I open my phone, it's there. I'm like,
Yeah.
My lock screen
Fuck off.
is that picture of Silas and Medicus. And my background is the trio pic.
That's cute. I'm gonna send pictures of mine.
So, friendos, are we ready for the first round of the tournament?
Oh,
Yes.
Silas, I do have to say, I got like 30 minutes for Grand Theft Auto. Just to let you
No sweat, no sweat. Actually, what we'll do is we'll go through the lower tier first and see how that goes. And we'll end there before we start the upper. And we'll pick up right back where we left off.
Okay.
Yeah, so make it quick, whether she wins or loses.
As I stated, it's 3 rounds. So depending on how fast these 3 rounds go, we'll see.
I sent pictures of my lock screen and wallpaper, guys.
With
Are we
that
back on
said,
frame?
yes indeed.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
Hey viewers, any of you want ice cream? I'm willing to share mine.
feed them.
Feed.
Remember, kids, never accept sweets from a stranger, especially one that's trying to adopt you.
Yes, I have ice cream. I can't promise that you'll come back from getting the ice cream. Might be chained up in a basement somewhere, but that's okay. At least you get ice cream, right?
True.
Or should you join the cult? But ice cream.
I imagine this is the conversation how it's gonna go after being like, so I can adopt her, right?
No.
But the
I gave-
ice cream, though.
Yeah.
You said,
ice
you said,
cream.
I gave her ice cream. She said yes, so she's mine now, right?
No.
She seemed excited when I said there's ice cream in the basement, so it's fine.
No. I hate it.
I mean,
Hey,
nobody else. I mean, no one else wants her. I'll take her.
So just a quick thing, quick reminder rather. Bardic Inspiration is basically I choose to give myself free advantage for one time, right?
No,
No.
bardic inspiration is you on an attack roll or a skill check or a saving throw, you roll a designated number and you add to whatever your roll for that is. What's your
1
bardic
second.
inspiration, Lance?
It says a D6.
So it's a
That's
d6.
right.
So if you do an attack roll and you feel like it's not enough, you can choose to spend that bardic inspiration and roll a d6 and add that to your roll.
It should be a
Gotcha.
D8 actually at level 5.
Oh, it's
Oh, it's D8. Oh,
Yep.
I guess it just. I thought it would update with it.
Yeah, sometimes, roll 20 things.
there you go.
Yeah.
So it's a d8.
Gotcha.
So basically you have a free d8 to add to any roll that you feel needs it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is. Okay.
As the two of you enter the arena, you and a stranger dressed in darkened leathers, carrying a rather average looking sword at their hip, take up your respective points on opposite sides. A small marking in the sand, alluding to where you're supposed to place yourself. And it isn't before long that Iggy, seated in the spectator's box, steps forward
Welcome one and all to the glorious Tournament of Power. Our annual feats of strength to show the best of us. And at the same time, hone the skills of Barovia's greatest warriors. For our first round in the newbie bracket, we have a kobold hailing from the Baldur's Gate. Kaz! He says as he gestures with a hand in the direction of the kobold.
Kaz lifts up her maul with both hands high up in the sky.
I know that. Go, Cass.
Let's see if Kaz can hear Lance in his hungover stupor. Dang.
Lance's cheers, motivations, falling on deaf ears over the din of the roar of the crowd.
But in her heart, she knows that he's cheering her on.
True.
And the kobold's opponent, a warrior from the times of Strahd, a paladin of Argynvost, Temerius Fullstark.
The dark-robed man raises a hand, his face stoic.
And without further ado, my friends, let the battles commence!
Roll initiative. Temerius draws his sword, staring the kobold down with a scrutinous gaze. Without hesitation, he charges forward, sword in hand. And he readies an action as he prepares to engage with the kobold in martial combat. Your move.
Let this be a good fight.
And she will begin to move forward as well. The weight and heft of her explosive maul, she carries it with a very invigorated strength, owing to all the training she's done up to this point. And she readies it. She readies it with ferocity.
Emboldened by the rage bubbling within, turning the adversity, the struggle and strife that she's faced. Maul in hand, Kaz prepares to fight. As she rages!
Ow.
Quick aside, DM, is there a betting pool?
You can't
Yes,
gamble on
there
Twitch
is.
anymore. That
There
is
is.
illegal.
There is
can
indeed a
the-
betting pool, yes.
Can the betting pool be put on Silas's account?
I don't think so, man.
I don't have any money, man.
Well, that's unfortunate because Gus does.
All my money
20
on Kaz.
Yeah, I'll put 20 gold on Kaz.
You got it.
If I had money, I'd put on cash too.
My 14 gold pieces on Kaz. Better win.
I'm putting my faith on Kaz.
What are the odds? Like,
I'm
is there like an odds type of thing going on? Have they calculated the odds of who's gonna win?
It's kind of a double your money type deal. Whoever you bet on, you double your cash.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
am I able to end my turn with a dodge in
Actually,
preparation?
Dodge action, yeah. That's
Yeah, because going into rage only uses your bonus action. So yeah, you can ready an action to dodge.
Excellent. She will be in a stance ready to ward off any attack.
All
of the
right.
physical nature at least. Can't guarantee a magical attack.
The swordsman grabs his sword, leaving his kind of parrying stance, and charges at the kobold. Sword held aloft before bringing it down in a cleaving strike. Sorry. 1 second. Checking
good.
out this stat block. And as he brings his sword down, the kobold quickly backsteps, dodging out of the way, before moving back in, ready to attack. It is now Kaz's move.
And with that adrenaline, as she steps back into range, so too does she begin to swing the hammer forward.
The hammer comes down, clashing into the side of the swordsman with a massive crunch. Roll damage.
That's 4d6.
And let me read the thing again. Okay, so then I do
An additional 2d6. Yep. And as the hammer makes contact with the swordsman, the plate on the mechanism triggers, and the hammer on the back of the hammer comes down with a metallic slam before exuding a massive discharge of a fiery blast. The act of which proves to be highly effective, as you deal 31 damage and the swing of your hammer sends the swordsman kind of doubled over for a moment and passes by him.
And just for funsies, since this is the first time Kaz has ever wielded such a thing of this magnitude.
Oh, by the way, you should have added your rage damage too.
Ah, yeah, that's an additional 2, no?
Oh yeah, it is. Yes. Thank you for the reminder.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
No worries.
Thankfully, she's pretty used to being hurled back by anything.
And
So-
with a deft, agile landing, Kaz digs her taloned toes into the sand and kind of braces against the backdraft of the impact.
But still with an astonishing reaction to what she just did. She's all just,
Whoa. Ooh. I see what that man Gus is talking about now. Feels good. So strong.
Somewhere along the expo spectator area, Gus is just laughing. Ah, that girl! I knew it worked.
in time for the next attack.
Go for it. And having regained Kaz's footing, she quickly sidesteps before coming back in with an rising strike, bringing them all up with a heavy swing and colliding clear into the chest of the reeling swordsman. Roll damage.
And 78.
Aww. Oh well.
It is damage, it's good enough. And also the 2 on top of that.
Oh, actually, pardon me.
Oh.
He took an additional 10 damage from that last attack. The radiant.
Oh. Why does it have radiant?
Wait a minute, does that mean? I don't know what that means exactly, but I do
If you
know
remember
some-
what Argon Volstolt is, you'll remember why. The second swing comes up, and while Kaz is still somewhat inexperienced with wielding such a weapon, it doesn't hit with the same level of impact as the first, but it hits all the same, dealing a total of 23 damage, accounting for rage damage as well.
Excellent. And with all that spent, I say go.
As you watch the swordsman reel from these 2 heavy blows, you see his body attempt to knit his wounds back together. But as they attempt to do so, the radiant effects of your attacks seem to be interfering with it. He looks at you with a sneering grimace. Who'd have thought I'd end up fighting someone like you in the first round?
As his confident grin slowly turns into a wry smile with a puzzled look.
Is that good?
He stares down at the small kobold, his eyes aglow with a strange otherworldly magics. Roll a wisdom saving throw.
No. Oh no!
Cool, that's where I'm going to spend the Bardic Inspiration. Thanks.
Damn.
It is entirely donezo.
Oh, yep,
Oh.
nope, it's dead. It died. It
Your stream died, yeah.
it-
Yeah.
There it is again.
What
Okay,
the
Clem.
heck? Sorry about that, guys. Not what the fuck was that? Oh my god, my poor bitrate. Jesus Christ. Holy shit.
Is Wi-Fi died?
Comcast or whatever your provider is.
Yeah, let's see if we can wrap this up because I think my service provider might try cutting my net out within the next, who knows.
Uh-oh.
Sometimes this happens around like 2 a.m. my time. They like to randomly fucking do maintenance without any type of warning or
Oh,
foresight.
they do the same to me. I fucking hate it.
I fucking hate that shit, man.
Especially since I'm also through them with my phone bill, and they're like, huh, everything's out. And it's like, okay, yeah, cool, thanks.
But
Stinky.
it's all good. Let's try to keep this going while we still can.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so he swings his sword, and as it comes down, it hits your scaled hide to little effect, dealing 10, but getting reduced to 5 due to the resistance granted to you by your rage. Seeing this lack of efficacy, he swings his sword a second time. And in the process, you are now no longer paralyzed after being hit the first. However, you are now frightened for the next minute. Does a 19 hit?
Yes.
You take another 5 damage.
Also, don't mind me. I'm just gonna bring that up real quick. Was it this one? Yeah, it is. Okay.
Yeah,
Excellent! Nice! It is now your turn. Give me one moment while I confirm whether it's the beginning or end of your turn that you can make the resave.
Gotcha.
It's the end of your turn.
So you still have disadvantage.
All right.
However,
You can use Reckless. Make it a straight roll.
well, I would say that it would be a straight roll. He's in sight. Oh, currently, yeah, he's in sight. However, the Draconic and Legacy would give advantage. So technically, that cancels out the disadvantage from the Vengeful
No,
Glare.
it's advantage on the saving throw on getting rid of it.
Yeah, without spoiling too much, the frightened target can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns with a disadvantage if it can see the source of fear,
Yep.
ending the frightened condition on itself on a success.
Okay. But any attacks on a creature that you are frightened of is a disadvantage.
Yeah, so he wouldn't be able to attack, but he'd be able to make the recovery roll at flat.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was talking about that the attack roll.
Oh yeah. No, if anything, actually, he can't even take the attack action. He has to try to move away as long as the target he's afraid of is in sight. Yeah, that's usually how you have to spend your action, trying to move as far away from the frightened target as possible. If I'm not mistaken.
If I remember correctly, it just means that you have disadvantage on attack rolls against it. You can still attack it with disadvantage. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Frightened creature has disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of its fear is within line of sight. Yeah. So they could still attack it.
Okay, so it must be
Basically,
certain creatures that make it so that you have to run away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they
Oh
can-
no, yeah,
they
you can't move
really-
willingly closer to the source of its fear. Yeah, I've seen some effects that say you have to try to run away from the target if it's in sight.
I think that's more of a charm. That's when it's specifically a magical thing that forces them to run. But I believe the frightened effect is this specifically. They have disadvantage though.
Oh yeah.
Alright, that was a lot of words.
Point is, if you want to make an attack, you can, but it'll be with disadvantage. However, at the end of your turn, you can make the save to break the fear at flat, so you don't have disadvantage or advantage.
Okay. I have an idea then. And that idea is with this strange sort of revelation Kaz feels uneasy about it, but as a response to that, gonna cancel out that disadvantage.
Okay. So, you can make your attacks at flat.
This
Go
barbarian.
gamers.
Let's
This
go.
barbarian thing.
22 hits, yeah.
You bring your hammer down with a diagonal swing. The sick crunch of bone on contact as it collides with the swordsman's shoulder. Roll damage.
Have you.
27.
And as you bring... Actually, 30.
Okay.
As you bring your hammer to bear, the firing mechanism on the back of it clicks once again for the third time. And the explosive discharge propels the hammer forward. The impact being sufficient enough to straight up disarm the swordsman. As he drops to a knee, despite still maintaining consciousness. No worries, Isla.
Bye. Thanks for having me.
Of course. We're probably going to actually
Bye.
be wrapping up really soon. So, no sweat.
Night.
Good night.
Thank you guys. Bye bye.
Night.
Anytime.
See ya.
All
Much
right.
love.
So, seeing your foe kind of buckle beneath the might of your swing, with a quick glance, you're able to easily survey that he is on his last legs.
And let's heckin' confirm that.
Ho 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 ho! Okay! How do you want to do this?
Az is going to use a blast charge, but not to just amplify her attack. She is going to position it in a way where after she jumps in the air, she uses that charge to propel herself higher in the air. And then go for, so with a front flip in the air, swinging the axe in that round arc along with her body.
Corkscrew hammer strike?
Yes.
Alright.
Oh, wow.
Kaz takes position, growing more and more used to fighting with this weapon, and using that warrior's intuition, and seeing her opponent vulnerable. She leaps up, firing off the trigger of the hammer's mechanism and propelling herself higher into the air, before lurching forward and using the weight and momentum of the hammer's head to spiral in a flipping fashion towards the opponent. With one single crushing swing, the hammer comes down onto the warrior with a sickening crunch and satisfying thud. The force of the blow kicking up dust in a circular arc around the two. And as it clears, Kaz can be seen, the head of her hammer still bedded into the back of the enemy, with one foot triumphantly placed on his shoulder. The crowd erupts into fervorous screams as Iggy steps forward with an attendant nearby and projects his voice across the arena. And with that climactic, magnificent show, we have our winner! Kaz!
Az does the same pose with the hammer in two hands, rised up in the air, and she turns her body around to show off her display to the whole crowd around her.
Let's hope we get to see more magnificent fights like that. Another round of applause. You hear him scream as you make your way out of the arena, leaving your opponent still lying in a heap of blood and dust. And that's where we'll
Yes,
call the
takes a-
session for tonight.
Okay, I was gonna say,
Yay.
Kaz takes a moment to look back and
Double my money.
suddenly gets a little sheepish and says,
Ooh, I'm hoping I did not go too far.
After a
It will
time, you eventually see his body glow. It takes a moment, but the positive energy of the strange orb-like effigies on each of the corners of the arena begin to wash over his body. And it's gingerly at first, but he does eventually struggle to his feet, looking a little worse for the wear, but alive all the same.
Oh, phew, good.
and with a satisfied smug grin, heps the hammer over her shoulder and struts off.
Well done, guys. Well done.
Well done.
That was very pleasing.
Now, you
We'll be
need,
picking
now
up.
before the,
Oh, what was that?
now before the next match, you need to reload that thing. It only has 2 charges left.
Yeah.
Yep.
Does Kaz have the money for that?
Well, they have a little bit of the gunpowder, smoke powder on hand.
Yeah,
Thanks to
I gave him a horn of gunpowder, which is roughly 1 kilogram of gunpowder.
Yep.
I think
Oh,
it's
okay,
100 grams
gotcha.
per-
I will add that
Charges.
to my inventory.
So, no problems there. Fantastic show, guys. Fantastic work. Thank you so much for coming by.
Absolutely.
Super
Pleasure as
excited
always.
to see next week. We're going to be picking up
cool. My
next
money.
week's session with a quick little peek at what's going on with the expo. And then Caiaphas's round in the upper bracket.
How much
Oh,
did you say it was again for the gunpowder? 1 kilogram?
Yes.
So it's 2 pounds. So yeah, roughly a kilogram.
Okay.
Because for some reason they use imperial units in D&D Beyond.
Yeah, it's a weird thing, man. It's so weird.
Well, it was made by Americans, was it not?
True,
Yeah,
true.
fair. That's fair.
Wizards of the Coast.
I mean, that makes sense. We're using feet for speed as well, so it makes sense. Anyway,
Yeah, no, they actually, you make a good point there. Yeah, we do use feet. But I suppose it's just because it's the most convenient metric for measurement when it comes to movement in D&D. Because if we were using yards, then you would only have, like, what? A handful of yards. And plus it would be a little awkward to calculate for, like,
not to men-
Western audiences.
and not to mention a meter is a little too small.
Right? It's a little bit, yeah. I was thinking that too. Because I actually did question that myself not too long ago. It's like, yo, why is it like they use certain things some places and yeah, it's just really weird.
It is.
But I love it
Yeah,
anyway. Yeah, I love it all the same.
Max.
That said, my friends, give yourselves a round of applause. Look at that. Yeah.
Yay!
Had it myself.
Much love, guys. Any questions, concerns, comments, you always know what to do. Just hit me up in the DMs. We'll go over it, we'll talk about it, we'll figure it out from there.
For sure. Alrighty.
Kill.
Also, Gus, you made 40 gold, and Caiaphas, you made, well, you put out 14, you said, right?
Yep, my life savings.
Yep, 28 gold now. Congratulations.
Everyone loves Kaz.
Kaz carried the day today. Good job.
Good job, Kaz.
And great work on modifying Kaz's weapon, Gus. Now that's what I'm talking about. You hit that idea, I was like, oh, I love it. Absolutely, go for it.
It is
I mean,
everything I ever hoped for.
it's I mean, it fits my character, and you know what?
It really
when I first
does.
heard when I first heard when I first heard Reinhardt Hammer, I was thinking, yeah, I got an idea.
Mm-hmm.
It's essentially that, but you know,
Better.
it doesn't have a sustained propulsion, but it has
Yet.
explosive bursts. Not yet.
We're working on that.
It's still an analog charge so far, and the good thing about this is that you don't have to attune to it since it's all analog charges.
Yeah. Which I also gotta add, great choice considering that, you know, Kaz is a barbarian. Really smart play there. It's something very easily mechanically approachable.
Also, that means it's mass. It's to be mass produced.
Yes.
If you get
Yes.
my drift.
Yes. Much love, guys. Take care. You have a fantastic night.
All of you
Chromatic
too.
orb. I love chromatic orb.
Oh,
Much love indeed. Good night, everybody.
Catch you guys later.
good night.
Bye.
La 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 la.
So, how about that, guys? Sorry for the little scuffs here and there. But all the same, I think it was a great session. And it's setting the groundwork for what's to come. It'll be good practice, because their mission will take them into the deep recesses of what could be a very dangerous ruin. So having a chance to stretch their legs, metaphorically and figuratively, as well as literally, I think will be very helpful. As always, I want to thank all you fine folks for coming by, spending time here at the DPRQ, joining the new few in their amazing adventure, and making this all that much more worth it. Be it 1 or 100, it's always a pleasure to have you folks hanging out. So from the bottom of my heart, I want to wish you a pleasant night. Be sure to get plenty of rest, drink plenty of water, but more importantly than any of that, that you continue to love yourselves and each other, that tomorrow might be a better day. And I eagerly look forward to catching you all then, with some Destiny 2. That's exactly what's on the agenda for tomorrow. We're going to be probably starting around 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you want to come hang out with the good old Uncle Silas, I'd love to have you. Before we call it a night though, how about we send the love on over with a nice chunky raid to some fine content creator who deserves it. Rising tide raises all ships, eh? And I say, let's float some fucking boats. Who of these fine folks is still sticking around that we can brighten up their night? Let's see here. Hey! No fucking way! A good friend from so many years. We're gonna drop this raid on Ritalin. Be sure to spam his chat with all the love in the world. Good dear friend of ours, IRL. And I look forward to seeing you all soon. Take care now.